So anyway, okay, so I should have been recording all that stuff that I went over this morning, but I didn't. But anyway, so once again, on the calendar page, you scroll all the way down when you're ready to take the school exam after the course. You go down to just above this where the schedules are, and you can see the school exam options. You click on that, and that's how you register to take the exam. The email that I sent you for your shared drive folder, I sent you those 2 emails, one for joining this class and one for the shared drive folder. When you click in that shared meeting, I'm sorry, the shared drive materials, that takes you into the Google Drive. And then the slideshows, you guys can have them on your computer. If you want to follow along right now with me, you could download the chapter 1, open that up, save it to your computer, and you can make any edits that you want and take notes in real time like that, if you choose to do it like that, unless you want to write down your own notes. Okay. And run them on your computer or take your own notes.
Victor?
Yes.
Is it possible for you to resend the email? Because I don't think I got the email.
You got 2 emails from me. You got one to register for this class, which you obviously got that. So if you got
I got
one,
the registering one. I didn't get the one with the whole Google Drive and everything.
I didn't receive the Google Drive email as well.
You guys should have. You're on. So I just copied and pasted everybody's email address into the email, and I sent you guys that. Did you try searching for Victor at Career Path Academy in your email?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
And you should see that there. If you don't, let me know. I'll send it again. It's not a big deal.
Yeah. Could you please? I can't find it. I searched it up.
Okay, and make sure my stuff isn't going to your spam or your junk mail or spam.
Gotcha.
All right. And then, okay, so this is a 75-hour class. Once again, you have 6 months to complete your education requirement. That's finishing these hours. This is only a 2-week class. So you got 6 months, though, if something should happen, to finish the hours, take and pass the school exam, and we give up to 1 year of free retakes for review purposes, not to recertify your hours for the state, but just for review purposes. If once you pass a school exam, you have 1 year from the day that you graduate, the date you pass the school exam, to get your license. Now, in order to get your real estate license with the state, you have to take and pass the state exam, get fingerprinted, and affiliate with a broker. Now, it doesn't matter if you already got fingerprinted for another job. I don't care if it was a high security job or what have you. Real Estate Commission says that different governmental agencies don't communicate with each other. It's all BS. It's all about the money. They want you to get fingerprinted again anyway. All right. And you need to fill out their fingerprinting form, which inside the book, it'll show you where to get it. And on the slideshow, I have the link. And on the class links Word document folder, I also have that fingerprinting link. So if we see it here, I'll just do a search for fingerprinting. And you see here's the link to the fingerprinting on the Real Estate Commission's website. And I got a direct link to the fingerprinting site. But the reason why you want to go to the Real Estate Commission's website for this is, let me see if I can just click on that, see if that'll just open up the browser window. Yes, it does. Okay. And if we go to this browser window, this link takes you here, where there is a form on the Real Estate Commission's website here that you need to download. There you go. To get fingerprinted, you got to download this one form. It's called the Universal Fingerprinting Form for brokers, salespersons, referral agent. and you're going to click on that one right here. When you open that, you're going to have to take this form with you to the fingerprinting center as well. You register for the fingerprinting online by going to this link that's right here on the form, as well as in that Word document. But when you go there to register online, they're going to want certain codes from you. Look, these codes, don't call me for these codes. I don't know them. They're here on this form. You guys see them right here, right? So as you're filling out the different form fields, you see the form fields are numbered here, number 1, number 2, number 3. You see that? Each one is numbered. So you would get these codes and you'd put these codes on the form fields when you're registering for the fingerprinting online. And then you take this form with you and you go to the fingerprinting center. Now, don't worry about the section about the employer down here. You see this, the employer section? We realize that you may not have a broker yet that you've selected. This could be blank at the time when you go to get fingerprinting. Just before you send it into the state to get your license, you're going to have to affiliate with a broker at some point. Well, then you would put in that broker's information, that brokerage's information. But when you go to get fingerprinted, you don't need to have that yet, all right?
Got it.
So here's the fee for fingerprinting. It's $66.05. State exam is $45 each attempt, okay? And then the license itself, to get the license the first time, costs a little bit more. It's normally $100 every 2 years to renew your license. But the first time that you get your license, it's $160. So $100 for the real estate license, $50 goes to an FBI background check, and $10 goes to something that we call the guarantee fund. All right. Okay, so that's that. Now let me just. So let's see, what do we have here? The book. Inside the book, if you just crack the cover, inside the front cover of the book, you see some area calculations and there's math formulas and stuff here. Don't worry, there's not a whole lot of math on state exam or school exam for that matter. School exam has, I believe, 4 math questions. State exam has maybe 6, no more than 8 tops. So inside the front cover, you got some of the formulas, how to figure stuff out. But this one right here, area calculations, highlight that. 1 acre is 43,560 square feet. You need to memorize that number. They do not give that to you on state exam, and you need to know the number, because if you don't know the number, you're not going to get the math problem right. Okay. So we're going to highlight that. 43,560 square feet in an acre, or you're going to add it to your notes. And then on the right side of the page, about halfway, a little bit past halfway down, you see, let's see, you get the commission math up here and then over here. It says to calculate the total interest paid over the life of the loan. And then a couple lines over here. This is the formula. I want you to put a highlighted box around that.
All right, what page is this?
This is the inside cover. Just crack open the inside
Okay.
cover. It's right there on the inside
Thank you.
cover. Okay, you see it right here on the right-hand side. Boop, 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 just up a little bit. To calculate total interest paid over the life of the loan. Okay. Now, there's another document that I have in that shared Google Drive for you. I tend to open them up from my computer, so just bear with me 1 second. I also sent you guys a math how-to study guide. It's called Math Problems. I think that's, I got to change the title. Should call it Math How-To Study Guide. As it opens up. So this is the math how-to study guide here that I put together. It shows you how to calculate and figure out most of the math problems you're going to get. Sure, the last chapter 22 in the book is all about math, but I like to do math as we come across it in the book instead of sitting there doing one chapter on math. So we're not going to do chapter 22. We're going to do math as we come across it. And I have this how-to study guide that even if after I show you how to do it, you could come back and watch the videos on how to do it, or you can go to this math how-to study guide and it'll walk you through step by step how to do, how to use these calculations. Like they may give you a problem like this. It says if a lot is 2.5 acres and it's 435 feet deep, how much frontage does it have? The frontage is how wide the front of a lot is. They call that frontage. So, and you see in this example here, the way to figure this out is you take that 43,560 divided by 2.5 because it's 2.5 acres to give you the total square footage within a 2.5 acre lot, and then divide it by the length or the depth there, and it gives you the width. Okay, so but they don't give you that number, the 43,560. That's the number you need to know, and if you didn't memorize it, you're not going to get this math problem right. So I know on school exam and state exam, you will have a problem. You will need to memorize this number because it's not given to you. 43,560 square feet an acre. You highlighted that on the inside cover of the book or wrote it in your notes, okay? But I have math how-to step-by-step here for a lot of different problems that we're gonna be getting, all right? And we're going to be going over all these stuff in class. I'll walk you through a problem on each one of these things. But in this guide, I put together this guide for you. That other math problem on the inside cover of the book is about how to compare two loans. I give you that step-by-step breakdown here with the problem and show you step-by-step how to work out this problem. Okay, when you compare like a 25-year loan and a 30-year loan, for a $300,000 loan at 5% interest rate, how much would you save in interest payments on a 25-year loan versus a 30-year loan? I break it down step by step here. And I will do this when we get to it. This stuff we're not going to get to until next week, okay? These math problems. But I got the whole breakdown here. All right, so a lot of math problems in that math how-to study guide. Boom. All right. So, oh, you know what I also got to do? I got to open up a whiteboard.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the videos that you posted on YouTube, right? The chapters, are those the updated book ones, like the 14th edition, or it doesn't matter?
No, these the links that I send you for these for the class recordings, they will be updated.
Oh, okay. So it's with the newest edition, right?
Correct. So you got these links here. So
Okay.
these links will give you the access to those classes. If you just go to our YouTube,
Yeah, those are on YouTube. Yeah,
if you just go to our YouTube page, you're not going to get access to all these videos. Okay, you may see one or two of the videos there, but you're not going to get access to all the videos there. Only if you have this link to the actual class
right.
thing will you be able to see all of the classes.
Mm-hmm. So it's private, right? Like it's like invited.
Yeah, it's private. Correct. All right.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, I don't want the world having access to our classes, just the ones who paid for it, right?
Right.
All right. All right, so I'm opening up a shared drive here. I just want to show you guys how many feet are in an acre.
43,560.
43,560 square feet are in an acre. All right, and the whiteboard over here will eventually open someday. Microsoft is very slow in opening this application. It's a good whiteboard, but kind of sucks too because it's slow to open.
So we're gonna be covering first and second chapter, right?
I'm not going to put a time limit on it here. The first three chapters, we usually spend a lot more time on them because you get a lot of questions from these first couple chapters on your exams. So
Okay.
I'm not in a hurry to finish these, you know. I have no problem playing catch up later, you know, as long as we spend some time on these first couple chapters, because this is the stuff where you're getting a lot of questions on your exams about.
Okay. All right.
Yay, okay, so slideshow finally opened, or the whiteboard finally opened. Everybody can see it. Okay,
Yeah.
so there's 43,560 square feet in an acre, correct? Now, another way to remember this is, you guys know that song, it goes, you know, to the left, to the left, to the right, to the right. Now, there's a couple songs like that. You got a pop song like that. You got a country song like that, to the left, to the left, to the right, to the right. There's a lot of songs that have a line like that in it. So if you guys just draw a comma, and then can you count to 6? Anybody here count to 6?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to make it a little hard, starting with 3. All right. So count to 6, starting with 3, to the left, to the left, to the right, to the right. So we're going to draw a comma. Now to the left, 3, 4. Now to the right, 5, 6, and throw a 0 on there for good luck. That's how many feet in an acre. Boom.
Okay.
All
right. So
Okay.
if you don't just outright memorize the number, just remember, count to 6, starting with 3, to the left, to the right, and throw a 0 on there for good luck. All right. And that's how many feet you got in an acre. Boom. And like I said, that, you know, they may give you a problem like this, and it says, this is a 2.5 acre lot, you know, and what was this? The depth of the lot is 435 feet. Was that in that example? All right. How much frontage is there? The frontage is how wide the front of the lot is. Well, if we know there's 43,560 square feet in an acre, all we're going to do to figure this out then is times it by 2.5, and that'll give you how many total square feet within that 2.5 acre lot. And let me pull out my calculator, so I need that for simple math and stuff. And that's 43,560 times 2.5. That gives us 108,900 square feet in an acre. Now all I got to do is,
Victor,
yep,
are they allowing us to use calculators?
yes,
Okay,
just not your cell phone calculator. They
got it.
don't want you using your cell phone. If they see you using a cell phone during an exam, or bringing it, if you go to an exam center with a cell phone and you got a cell phone on you, they fail you. Okay. So yeah, you could bring a simple calculator, no scientific calculators, no fancy real estate calculators like this. Okay. It has to be a simple numeric calculator. Okay. So now if you want to find out the frontage for this, all you do is you take this number that they gave you for the width of one side and you divide that. And that's basically 250 feet width. All right. Boom. So there's just a way, you know, it's a silly little way to try to remember how many feet in an acre. I got a million of those things for weird ways to remember stuff that I'll be sharing with you guys throughout this class. So let me keep that whiteboard up, but I'll keep it in the background for now. And we're going to get started by diving into the book first. Now, if you notice, if you crack open the front of the book, I had you highlight, you know, how many feet in an acre, how to calculate total interest paid over the life of a loan. If you just keep turning the pages through, okay, you got your table of contents here that shows you in each chapter in the book what topics are covered in each of the chapters, and then it'll tell you the page numbers where you could find those topics. So if you wanted to find a specific topic in the book, you can look there. There'll be a book introduction, okay? And in that introduction, it also has a section there, getting started in real estate, okay? So you got your intro about the book, getting started in real estate, tells you a little bit about the business and, you know, the different, the job description, okay? How to select the broker. But I actually have in the shared drive, boom, 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 let's go back here again. In the shared drive, I have some supplemental material folder here. And if we go into that supplemental material folder, that's where we get that math problems, the math how-to study guide. That's where that's located. We have the, from PSI, that's the State's Testing Center, the exam booklet. It talks to you about how to register for the exam, as well as a lot of those things that you've seen on the Word document that I created that showed you the different topics, you know. There's a welcome student package here, a letter from me. There's a 85 question sample exam here, goof email. There's some supplemental materials there. So actually, let me open up the new student package. I'm going to open that up right now. And here's the new student package letter. We could skip a lot of this stuff that doesn't apply to us, like, you know, don't crack your chairs on the back, your back on the chairs, you know. Anyway, if you need another book, if you lose your book, or if you got a digital copy, you want a print copy, or vice versa, it's $42 for another book, okay? Talk about 6 months of the initial to complete the class, 1 year for free retakes, but not for review only, not to, okay. All that stuff that I went over with you guys, it's in here, along with, you know, for actual stuff here for actual class attendance when you're in an actual classroom. If you look down number 18 here, it talks about passing the school and state exams requires a minimum passing score of 70%. There's 110 questions on the school exam. There's 110 questions on the state exam. Passing score is 70%. 70% means that you can get no more than 33 questions wrong. 33 questions wrong is passing with a 70, okay? So that's 77 questions correct. Okay, you get 70 questions correct, that is a failure. Okay, you need to get 77 questions correct to pass with a 70, because there's 110 questions. Now on state exam, they give you 10 additional questions that they do not grade. They just they're testing out the questions to see if they're going to use them in future exams. So, but they give you 110 graded questions on that state exam. And when you're taking the state exam, you have to pay for it for every attempt, $45, okay? All right. I got to update this. This is talking about for school exam. I got to update that. All right. Anyway, how long do you have to get your your real estate license from the day that you pass the school exam? According to rec rules, they want us to use this term here to tell it to you. A year is a year is a year. What does that mean? Not a day more, okay? They don't care if you were undergoing cancer treatment and chemotherapy for cancer treatment. Were you doing that the whole year? You didn't have 1 day that you could have taken the exam, okay? That's the way that they look at it, you know? Although right now they're being a little flexible due to the COVID thing, but they do have state exams available online now, so that they're not going to be extending that out pretty much past December, okay? So pretty much everybody else, a year is a year is a year, not a day more, Okay, we did have a little bit of a problem for the first couple months of the year that the state exam center wasn't available for testing and all that, so it put a damper on people's ability to fall within the 1-year guideline. So, but after December, that's not going to apply anymore anyway. So, for you guys, you have 1 year from the date you pass the school exam to get your real estate license, not just to take and pass the state exam. So, what's required to get your real estate license? Do you recall?
Fingerprint, background check, the test, right?
So you got to get
Got it.
fingerprinted. You got to take a state exam and affiliate with a broker. And then you send in the paperwork from the exam center and from the fingerprinting. That paperwork, you're going to have to take it to your broker. The broker is going to have to sign off that they signed an independent contractor employment agreement with you and that you are going to be working under their supervision. And then you could send that paperwork into the state. You'll also have to sign it. And you send it in either with a broker's check or a money order, no personal checks, for $160 made out to the state treasurer of New Jersey to get your license for the first time. And that's usually good for 2 years, but the first time you get it, I'm not going to say it's good for 2 years because it depends when you send it in, because everybody's license renews at the same time, okay? June 30th of odd years, okay? So we're going into 2021, so you guys aren't going to have it for the full 2 years, okay? And let me close off on this. Oh, any feedback or you guys need to get in touch with me at all, you already have my email, but if not, it's in here too, victor@careerpathacademy.com. All right. So. Oh, geez. Let me open that thing back up again. Yeah, well, I wanted that new student package. It wasn't just for that first page. Sorry. Okay, so after this first page in here, the second page in this welcome package, the student welcome package, I put together a laundry list of interview questions for you to ask. Like when you guys go trying to search out a broker, how do you find a broker? Well, you know, just about any broker you walk in their front door will hire you, okay? Now it's a matter of selecting which broker is best for you. Now, we didn't go over all these things yet that you should look out for in a class, but I put together a laundry list. This is not by any means a comprehensive list, but it is a very helpful list of questions that you should be asking your broker for all kinds of different questions. So you could take this with you, print it out and take it with you when you go to brokers to select, to try to work for. There's some important questions here that you need to ask them. You know, job training. It's important that you guys get training on the job, okay? Because after you finish, this class is for you to help you get your license, but actually how to do the job, you need to get training from your brokers. Otherwise, the failure rate in real estate is pretty high, especially if people don't know how to get up and learn and do things on their own. But it's really important to get that training here. Now, in this class, I try to give you some tips and tricks as well to help you get on your feet at the beginning. But still, it's important that you get a broker that will hold your hand a bit and give you that training at the beginning. So I got a laundry list of questions here for you. You know, because there's some cost involved in getting started in real estate. MLS membership, realtor dues. We carry kind of like a malpractice insurance called errors and omissions insurance. There's you know, so you want to know how much these fees are for this, and is the broker going to charge them to you up front, or do they take it out of your first commission, or do they charge it monthly? Do they charge you desk fees? If they do, don't pay desk fees. That's rent. Okay, you don't want a broker that's charging you desk fees. There's plenty of brokers out there who don't charge anything to hang your license at their office. Okay, so don't select a broker that's charging you desk fees, especially as a new agent. So I go over all these questions here. What kind of training do you offer? Is the training free? Yeah, some brokers will actually charge you for it. So we got loads of different questions here that I put together to help you guys out. Now, past all those questions, I have a section here which we need to go over because there are some things that could prevent you from getting your real estate license. Now, DWIs, getting busted with a joint or something, it's not necessarily going to prevent you from getting your real estate license, okay? But you got to disclose it, okay? If you were arrested for anything, you got to disclose it. Now, they'll tell you, except for traffic offenses or disorderly persons offenses, you know, but you got to disclose it because if you don't, they consider that you're being dishonest and you're not a trustworthy person to get your license. So even though the crime wouldn't have prevented you from getting your license, you not disclosing it and being dishonest, the fact that you lied is worse than the crime that would prevent you from getting your license. You guys follow? So disclose, disclose, disclose. Don't hide anything. If you're ever arrested for anything like that, make sure that you disclose it. They'll ask you these questions when you go to take your state exam. Disclose, okay? Disclose, disclose, disclose. All right. So let's just go over this a little bit. Let's spend a minute on this, all right? So New Jersey requires all applicants for licensure as a real estate salesperson or broker to possess good moral character. Well, how do you prove that? Or trustworthiness, honesty, and integrity. How do you prove that? Well, you don't lie. Okay, start off there. And look, then they give you this, NJSA. This is New Jersey statutes, okay? 4515, this is New Jersey law for real estate. Anything that begins with 4515 like this, that's Title 45, Chapter 15 of the law, that's pertaining to real estate. Section 9 particularly talks about this, the requirements for getting your real estate license. So to enforce this requirement, all applicants have to submit to a criminal history background check. That's when you get your fingerprinting done. They do that background check on you. In addition, presuming you successfully complete the course at that time, you take the state exam. They ask you those screening questions when you're taking that exam before you start the exam. And they basically ask you, are you 18 years of age or older? Do you have a high school diploma or equivalency like a GED? Because that's a requirement in order to get your license. They don't need to see it. They're just asking you that question, okay? So just be honest. They're also asking you, do you have any convictions for forgery, burglary, robbery, or theft other than shoplifting or criminal conspiracy to defraud, or any other like offenses within the 5 years preceding your application for licensure, okay? Disclose, be honest, okay? Their investigators are gonna find out anyway, okay? Now, if it was more than 5 years ago, they may ask you and not say 5 years, they may ask ever. We'll disclose it. They're only gonna look 5 years back really, but if you had something, you know, more than 5 years ago, they'll still look at it and they'll, it may delay you getting your license a little bit because they'll want to look into it a little bit further. But generally things more than 5 years ago, they're not going to look into for getting your license. They realize people are young and dumb and they do stupid stuff and they grow up and mature and, you know, realize that they did something dumb when they were younger and they're not going to necessarily hold it against you. Okay. So, but be honest, because if you lie about it, that shows that you don't have trustworthiness, honesty, or integrity, and that will prevent you from getting your license. And even if they give you your license and if they find out about it later, they could revoke it for that. So be honest, okay? As noted above, the law also provides the applicant for a real estate license must establish their general good character, honesty, trustworthiness, integrity, convictions for shoplifting and other offenses or convictions for other offenses specified, which occurred more than 5 years ago. They won't even count them against you, okay? However, if they're recent, they may constitute grounds for denial of the license. So the commission considers the date and nature of all convictions and other indicia of applications, honesty, trustworthiness, blah, blah, blah. All right. If you have any questions about this, you could contact the Real Estate Commission, talk to one of their investigators at this number. Okay. All right. Here's some of the screening questions that they ask you. With the exception of motor vehicle violations, have you been ever convicted of a crime, misdemeanor, disorderly persons offense in the state of New Jersey or any other state or by the federal government? And are you presently on probation or parole? They don't want to give you lockbox keys to somebody's house to get into people's houses, you know, and you being a hardened criminal, you know. Is there any criminal complaint, disorderly persons charge, or criminal accusation or criminal information presently pending against you in New Jersey or any other state or by the federal government? Or are you currently in any PTI, pretrial intervention programs, or criminal deferral programs for sentencing in a criminal matter? I got to ask these things. Okay. I've had people that gone through the class, you know, I tell them up front too, because you're not going to, under certain circumstances, you're not going to be able to get your license. You can still take the class. It's a good class to take. You'll learn a lot of information still that could still help you in real estate. But either way, you're not going to be able to get your license under certain situations. I've had a guy that took the class one time, and then he's, after the class, he's starting to ask me questions. I'm like, we went over this at the beginning. And he's asking if he can get his license, do you think? And I'm like, well, you got to contact the real estate commission. I can't make that determination. But I had a pretty good idea, you know, that when you're convicted of having a lot of weed within a school zone, which this one guy had individually packaged like 25 pounds of weed, tried saying that it was for his head. Yeah, we're probably not going to go for that. And he's trying to get his real estate license. Good figure. All right, so have you ever had a professional license or certification credential revoked in New Jersey or any other state, or surrendered voluntarily? You're going to want to look into that a little bit. If you're behind on child support for more than 6 months, that could put a little delay on your getting your real estate license as well. It may not necessarily prevent you, but they're going to want to talk to you about it. Everybody here above 18?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Everybody here, or am I putting anybody to sleep?
No, everybody.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Anybody here have a real estate license in any other state? Okay. If anybody's ever taken
No.
a real estate course, a real estate licensing class before in New Jersey, you need.
I actually took almost 2 years ago.
Did you take and pass the
But
school exam?
The thing is, I actually didn't finish with the course, like the.
Okay. That's different. If you took the course and then you went and you passed the school exam, they would have put you into the state system already. So if you're already in the state system, then there may be a security lock. So when you're done with this course and you try to take the state exam, you'll never get the email from them giving you the instructions to take the state exam because there's a security lock on your name that needs to be removed. But that's only if you completed the course and took this and passed the school exam. If you didn't do that, don't worry about it. There's no security.
Right. Okay.
Okay. That's the reason why I ask, because and I'll ask it once again. I put that as one of the questions once again when you go to register to take the school exam. I ask it again. All right, because it's important to know, because if you take the exam and I enter you into their system, it's still not going to send you that email because you know you were already past the school exam and there's a security lock on you now. It's just a security feature they put on there, but you don't got to worry about that because you never finished the course, so don't worry about it. All right.
Victor,
Yes.
you know, I took the class with your school, of course, and I already have a schedule. Does that matter? Like, I was in the system, I scheduled the exam, so now right now I'm just taking.
If you pass a school exam before, then
Right.
you're in a state system. So
Right.
I mean, if you're still within your year or whatever, you could still take
yes.
that. You could still take it.
Okay.
But you know, so what are you just doing this for a review right now? Or you
Right.
Okay. So then yeah, You're fine. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
Now, let's see. Are you a high school graduate or GED? Do you currently have a real estate license issued in any other state? Okay. Well, ask those questions as well. Because if you are licensed in another state, depending on the state, how many hours of education required, you could get a waiver for this class and just take the state exam. All right. But I wouldn't suggest that anyway. We get people who've been licensed in New York for years and years, and they try to go take the state exam and they can't pass it. They take it 5 times and they can't pass it. Yet they were licensed as real estate agents for years. Because New Jersey has a lot of questions about New Jersey law. We live in the Garden State. We live in the nanny state, you know. Government wants to control everything. So they create rules and regulations for everything. And other states who agents are licensed in, they don't know those laws, so therefore they can't pass the exam. So even people who come from another state like New York, that they've been licensed as real estate agents working in a business for years, they still can't pass our exam because they don't know all the New Jersey laws. So I still suggest for them to take this class, not just because I make money off of it, but because they need it in order to pass. All right. Let's get to it. Okay, so the book also has more questions about questions to ask when looking for employment. Okay, I'm probably going to add some more to it because I'm helping them. They contracted with me to help them make modifications to this book, because this book, actually, this version of the book actually is worse than the last version. There's a lot of screw ups in it. Don't worry, I'll give you the corrections. But we're already working on a new version of this book. So I'm going to be a contributor to the next version. So about the authors and then acknowledgements, these are some of the people that contributed to the book. And then we got chapter 1. Okay, so page 1, chapter 1. Everybody there? Those that have a book anyway with them already. If you don't have a book, remember to contact me after class and we'll make sure that you get one. All right. Boom. Everybody see the slideshow?
Yes.
All right. Cool beans. Let me move my Zoom controls around. You can't see them on your screen, but there's so many Zoom controls when you're managing these meetings that I got your pictures here. I got the meeting controls here. It gets busy, you know. You need like 2 monitors. All right. So chapter 1, real estate licensing. Let's just dive right in, shall we? Or unless anybody else got any other questions. Anybody got any other questions for me before we get?
No.
I do.
Okay.
How long typically does it take after going through this class to be able to take the state exam?
Well, as soon as you're done with it, you could, as soon as you pass the school exam, you could go, I enter you into their system, and then you could schedule, and then you log on to register and pay for and take the state exam. You could take it right away because they do it online now.
Okay, I was just wondering because I didn't know if we had to do like additional studying and from
I would suggest that you register for it right away after you pass the school exam. As soon as you're available, you register for it. But in the meantime, until you're registered to take it, that you keep cramming up until then. But now that you can take it online, you can register for it. You can probably take it right away.
Okay.
Not exactly sure about the lead-in time on that, but now you have to wait 24 hours before taking. Once you take an exam, if you don't pass and you want to register and take it again, you got to wait 24 hours before you could register to take it again.
Okay.
All right. Chapter 1, real estate licensing. Okay, these first couple chapters, they're just going to be about the regulations and requirements to get your real estate license. All right. So we're not going to start learning about real estate till we get into chapter 5. Okay. First two chapters, 3 chapters are about getting your license, the different license types, rules and regulations of the Real Estate Commission and the state of New Jersey. Chapter 4 is going to be talking about discrimination, all the different types of discrimination that are out there, and anti-discriminatory laws and all that good stuff. And then we get to chapter 5. That's when we start actually diving into real estate. But don't worry, because when we're talking in chapter 1 and chapter 2, my OCD, when we start talking about something about real estate, I got to go on the tangent and I got to start fully explaining it, because I want to make sure to understand what it is that we're talking about instead of just glazing over topics, assuming that you have a knowledge of them already. Okay, I don't have OCD. I just tend to do that. Because I don't like talking to you about something and glazing over it when you don't really understand it yet. It hasn't been explained, and the book tends to do that. So I tend to explain it to you. All right. So at the end of this chapter, you're going to be able to describe classes of New Jersey real estate licenses. So the 4 license types, and explain licensing procedures. For New Jersey residents, out-of-state residents, and rental referral agencies. Ooh, we'll learn what a rental referral agency is to begin with. All right, so who has to have a real estate license? Okay, so this slideshow is corresponding to the book right now. If you look at the very first paragraph, what does it say? Who must be licensed, right? Well, anyone taking part in a real estate transaction in New Jersey for another person for a fee, commission, or other valuable consideration, anything of value, they have to have a real estate license. Okay, so let's highlight that first sentence there in the book. The very first sentence on page 1 basically says that. All right, now the licenses, New Jersey Real Estate Commission created the licensing regulations. Why? Well, to protect the public from unscrupulous brokers and salespeople. So let's highlight that in the book. Licensing regulations protect the public, the general public, from unscrupulous brokers and salespeople. You know, and I could even add that in here. Let's add that to a slideshow. Look at that. I'm going to be making modifications already. So why they create licensing regulations? To protect the general public. How do you spell scrupulous? Scrupulous. There we go. Scrupulous brokers and sales people. All right. Hopefully you guys will have scruples, right? Scruples. That's a fun word.
Right.
All right. So licensing regulations were created to protect the public, the general public, from unscrupulous brokers and salespeople. But you guys will have scruples, right? So hopefully they don't got to worry about you. Now, licenses are governed by the Real Estate Licensing Act, known as Title 45, Chapter 15. But when it's just written, it looks like this, 45:15. The way that you would read that is Title 45, Chapter 15. Or sometimes they refer to it on exams, hint, hint, as New Jersey statutes. This is the real estate law, but they refer to it, if they ask you on exam, 45:15, is this the law or New Jersey statutes? You're going to select New Jersey statutes because it says NJSA, right? After it, that's the statutes, okay? Which the laws are actually printed in the back of this book on page 440. So I tend to give you guys cross references all the time. So in the book, you see there's 2 bullet points here. I want you to put a highlighted box around the 2 bullet points. The first one is about the NJ statutes. So just above the first bullet point, I want you to write NJ statutes. By the way, I hope you guys got a highlighter handy. If not, get one because we're going to be doing some highlighting throughout this course. Okay, so the first paragraph, the first bullet point, it says New Jersey Licensing Act is known as Title 45, Chapter 15. You're going to have 2 of these, and you must know these. And the next one's going to be Title 11, Chapter 5. We're only getting 2 of these, and we must know them, what they are. They do give it as a question on exam. So the first one is the New Jersey Statute. This is the real estate licensing law. You're writing NJ statutes above the first bullet point, 45:15, like this, you're writing it. Because in the first bullet point, it says Title 45, Chapter 15, but I want you to be able to recognize that as being written like this. And then I give you that cross-reference page 440. So if you actually want to see how the law is written, you would go to the back of the book. Okay. In the back of the book here, what do we have in the back of the book? In the back of the book, they have an index. They have a glossary. Don't use this glossary, by the way, to make your key terms up, because some of these definitions in the glossary suck. Okay. So we got the glossary back there. Oh, and then in the back of the book, starting on page 589. So make a little note of this. On page 589 in the back of the book is where they have the answer key terms. The answer key terms. Okay. I don't know if you guys can see that at all. I couldn't see it. There we go. The answer key terms. All right. So at the end of every chapter, we got those quizzes and key terms to review. Well, those answers can be found in the back of the book on page 589. All right. And then what do we have written else here in the back of the book? We have the rules and regulations of the Real Estate Commission, which, as you can see, the last bullet point here is Title 11, Chapter 5. So we got them written here in the back of the book. Rules and regulations. Rules and regulations. By the way, what are the rules and regulations? What is the Real Estate Commission? The REC or Real Estate Commission, they're the ones that issue you the license, and they're the ones that approve you for the license, and they're the ones that monitor you and listen to complaints from the public about licensees, and they're the ones that investigate those complaints. So let me ask you guys a question really quick. Who makes the laws? Who makes laws? Forget about that this is a real estate class for a minute. Just asking you a straight up question. Who makes laws?
Government.
Say, who?
The Senate.
So politicians, right? Politicians make the laws, right? Now, do the politicians know everything about the real estate business?
No.
Probably not. Probably not. So they create just a basic framework that somebody in the real estate business, some attorney or something, probably drew up the law. Then the politicians voted on it, right? So the attorneys are usually doing the wording for the law, and the politicians are just voting on it. So that's 45:15. But a lot of times for the real estate business that we're in, there's a lot of details and things that come up, other issues that come up. So the Real Estate Commission has been granted the authority, the REC, we refer to them as, for short, REC, the REC. That's the Real Estate Commission. They were given additional powers to create their own rules and regulations, which are just as enforceable as the law. But we don't call that the law because only the politicians can make the law. So the rules and regulations that the Real Estate Commission made up, we call them the Administrative Code. Administrative Code, or Title 11, Chapter 5. Okay, so Title 11, Chapter 5 is the Administrative Code. So on that page 1 of the book there, you may want to write down Title 11:5, Administrative Code, next to the second bullet point, as I continue showing you this book here. So that Administrative Code in the back of the book, Administrative Codes printed here in the back of the book, if you actually wanted to see what it says. Blah, 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 Administrative Code, Administrative Code, Administrative Code. Okay, then we have, overshot it a couple pages. Then we have the actual real estate law written in the back of the book. The real estate law, which is 45:15. You actually want to see the legalese speak, how the law is written. All right. And then we have some information about contacts within the Real Estate Commission and some phone numbers. And oh, we have something called the Realtor's Code of Ethics printed here in the back of the book as well. This is the Code of Ethics Standards of Practice, okay? You guys are going to become the members of NAR, the National Association of Realtors. Now, they have nothing to do with state licensing. That's a private trade association that has nothing to do with state licensing. But when you become a member of this trade group, they have their own rules for their members to follow. And we actually have them printed here in the back of the book. You could also find them. This is a live document. It's always getting updated. And you could find that on their website, which is not realtor.com, but realtor.org, O-R-G, is the website for us. Realtor.com is a website for the general public to go look for real estate. Realtor.org, that's the website for you and I. All right. So we got the Realtor Code back here in the back of the book. Then we have sample exams, sample exams, sample exams, sample exams. Then we got chapter 22 about math, which I said we're not going to do a chapter just on math. We're going to do it math as we actually come across it. So we could skip that chapter 22. And when all is said and done, look what we just did. We just cut that book practically in half for you, right? You see that? We're not going over all this stuff. All this stuff right here, we're not going over. So you see that? You guys feel better? Think we can get through that?
Yeah, so much better.
Okay, feeling better now. That's a pretty thick book, right? I'm getting worried about that. Are we going to be able to get through all this? Well, we just cut it in half. So yeah, take a breath. You'll be all right. So page 1, back to page 1. You guys have a highlighted box around the bullet point. The 2 bullet points. The first one, you wrote NJ statutes. You wrote 45:15, page 440. Then the next bullet point, you wrote 11:5, the administrative code, page 486. That's where you could find them in the back of the book. I just give you those cross references. You may never look there, but you're going to see I tend to give you those page numbers where you could find these things if they're printed elsewhere in the book. Now, the New Jersey real estate license, New Jersey licenses have been administered since 1921. So the New Jersey Real Estate Commission has been issuing real estate licenses to people since 1921. That Realtor Code of Ethics was created in 1913. So we as real estate agents have been self-governing or self-monitoring our own industry since before the state even required licenses. Okay, showing you that there was a need for it. All right, so page 2. Real Estate Commission is consisting of 8 members on the Real Estate Commission. 5 of them are real estate brokers. Brokers, not salespeople, real estate brokers who have had their real estate broker's license for at least 10 years. 2 are people who are appointed from the general public. Don't ask me about the process and how they choose those people. I know one of them is an attorney. I'm not sure about the other, and then 1 is appointed by a member of the state government. So every time the governor changes, the governor appoints somebody to be their lead person in that department that reports back to them all the time, okay? Now, at any time, any of those members can be replaced by the governor. They all serve at the leisure of the governor. But if the governor's not replacing them, they all serve 3-year terms, okay? But in any case, they all serve at the leisure of the governor. So the governor can replace any of them at any time. So how many people on the rec?
8.
8.
8 members.
Consisting of
Five
Five
real estate
brokers.
brokers,
5 brokers who have been licensed as brokers for how long?
10 years
10 years.
2
Two.
from the general public.
and one from the
Department
state.
of State.
And 1 from the governor. Okay, you guys see what I do? I'm not asking you trick questions. I'm just, I tend to just ask you things that we just went over to see if you guys are paying attention and if you're getting it. Okay, it's a good way to learn. Okay, so I'm not asking any trick questions, just trying to get you guys to repeat it, because if you're just listening to me talk all the time, it's not going to help you learn. Okay, I got to ask you those questions, get that feedback, get you interacting with me a little bit. Okay. Now, here are the 4 license types. This is still on page 2 here. Now, the New Jersey Real Estate Commission actually is a division. You know, I should probably write that here. Thought I had it in one of the slides. Anyway, I'll update it here right on this slide where we talk about the Real Estate Commission. Okay. So the New Jersey Real Estate Commission is actually a department, a division of the Department of Banking and Insurance, a DOBI. So the NJ Real Estate Commission is a division within the DOBI, which is Department of Banking and Insurance in New Jersey. Okay. And it consists of 8 members. And we went over that. We already went over that. So I just updated that slide a little bit. So obviously I'll be uploading these slides later on today to update them for you. Now, there are 4 real estate license types, and they are broker, salesperson, and, well, this one was formerly called referral agent. I still refer to them as a referral agent, but this is the actual name, the new name, and this is the way that you're going to see it on exams now, or at least state exam. So I haven't updated ours to reflect it like that yet. So SLWRERC, okay, which that stands for. Did I update it here? That's weird. I did not update it here. Okay, so that stands for salesperson who was formerly licensed with a referral agency, or that is licensed with a referral agency. Okay, if we go to number 4 in that list, the salesperson licensed with real estate referral company. Okay, that's what this stands for. SLWRERC, salesperson licensed with real estate referral company. Okay, that's a mouthful, isn't it? Here, let's update that slide to say that. Salesperson licensed with real estate referral company. It's a mouthful. All right, now they're restricted from working directly with the public. They can only refer business prospects or leads to their broker. So if you possess any of these real estate license types, these are the 4 license types in New Jersey: broker, salesperson, and referral agent. We're going to start off with the first one, broker. Now, you guys are not going to be able to get your broker's license. You guys are only here to either get your salesperson. At the end of this class, you qualify to get your salesperson or referral agent license, or salesperson license with referral company. Okay, that makes you a referral agent. So the first one, a broker. Every company, every agency has only one person licensed as a broker. The broker, sometimes referred to as a broker of record. They're the ones that are in charge of all the activities at that real estate firm. And they're responsible for all the licensees that work at that real estate firm. So that's a big responsibility to be a broker. There's only one person licensed as a broker for every company. That's the the big cheese, the head honcho, the one in charge, right? So the broker is the only one that's authorized to charge the public for services. They can hire and fire licensees. Every agency only has one broker, also referred to as the broker of record. And because they're in charge of the record keeping, that's why they call them the broker of record. Now, they're responsible for providing office space and guidance and direction to all licensees under them. That does not mean training. Guidance and direction does not mean training, okay? This is adhering to the laws and regulations of the state and the Real Estate Commission. And the broker has to provide office space and guidance and direction of the laws and rules to their licensees. So on the first bullet point for the 4 license types, I want you guys to highlight: a broker is authorized to operate a real estate business and hire salespeople and to charge the public for services. Every real estate company must have one person who is authorized broker for the entire company, and this person is referred to as the broker of record. So you're basically highlighting the first entire bullet point. Now, there's somebody else who also has the same license type, or at least they went to the same school, they got the same education, they took and passed that same broker's exam, but they're choosing to work under another licensed broker and in the name of that broker. That person would be referred to as a broker salesperson. Even though they have a license like a broker, they're acting as a salesperson still. They're working under another broker. We refer to them as a broker salesperson. It's someone with a broker type license choosing to work under and in the name of another broker in a sales capacity or as an office manager. Because look, you could have branch offices. Say your real estate company has 2 offices. Well, the broker can't be working in 2 places. They could only be working in 1. They need to have someone else managing that office on a full-time basis. That person would have to have either a broker's license or a broker salesperson's license. Okay, so who could manage a real estate office? Someone with one of the first 2 license types, a broker or broker salesperson. Now, let's even add that in there. So a branch office is just a second office of the brokerage, right? You have 5 offices. Your company has 5 different locations. You got to have 5 people with broker or broker salesperson's licenses to be managing those offices. You can't have any office that's unsupervised. A salesperson or referral agent can never manage an office, a real estate office. Okay. All right, next one is salesperson. All right, now we're getting into this. So this is probably the one that most of you are here to get, the salesperson's license. A salesperson works under and in the name of only one New Jersey sponsoring broker. You cannot work for more than one New Jersey broker at a time. Now, you could be licensed in multiple states and be working for a different broker in each of those states. But in New Jersey, you can only work under one licensed sponsoring broker, okay? And you only receive compensation from that broker. Good?
Got it.
All right. Now, as a salesperson, what does your broker have to provide for you? So we're going to hire, So I'm just going through this a little bit because I could have swore that I already have this information in a slide somewhere. I know I got it somewhere in here, but whatever. So a salesperson works under in the name of only one New Jersey sponsoring licensed broker, and they're paid by that broker. The supervising broker is required to furnish guidance and direction. What does that mean? Oh, I got it written up here. Office space and guidance and direction. That's not training. That just makes sure that you're obeying the laws and the REC's own rules that we call the administrative code. What are the laws of the state called again? Title, the laws? 45 Chapter 15. And what do we refer to the administrative code or the rules and regulations of the Real Estate Commission as? Title 11.5, correct. Yeah, you gotta move a little closer to your speaker or speak up a little bit, okay? I know I got my speakers up a lot. I don't want to raise them too high because then we start getting feedback. All right. So you're pretty much going to highlight everything under salesperson. Salesperson works under sponsoring licensed broker, doing business in the name of that broker and receiving compensation only from that broker. Now, the last version of the book actually used to state in here how many licensees are in the state. And I believe in that last version of the book, they said something like there was 78,000 real estate licensees, brokers, broker salespersons, salespersons, and referral agents in the state. A lot of competition, huh? 78,000?
Yeah, that's a lot.
But is that a lot of competition?
Well, it all depends on what area you're serving.
It all depends on what you consider competition.
That's true.
Mm-hmm. Right. I mean, because somebody got a real estate license doesn't mean they're got their competition. I mean, they could be doing nothing with it, you know. And their real
Right.
estate license, they haven't done nothing with it for ages. You know, they're just hanging it somewhere in an office, right? Just in case someday, maybe, right? You get some people that do this just for an extra buck here or there. Are they real competition for you? No, there's plenty of business out there for all of us, you know. The hungry ones can make a lot of money, all right? Look, you got real estate agents out here that they're going to act like their S don't stink, if you know what I mean. You know, you're going to go to some of these offices that you're going to start working at. You're going to sit next to somebody. They're going to give you this attitude like, you know, you're going to be a little bit nervous because you're walking in there. You never worked in a real estate office. You're brand spanking new. And you're going to get some cocky person that's going to come up to you. Oh, you just got your license? Oh. You know, now they're always going to be throwing it in your face. Well, how long have you had your license for? You know, I mean, I've been licensed for 23 years, you know, and yes, so that doesn't make you a better agent. I know shitty agents who have had their license for 23 years. Doesn't make them a better agent, right? You've just been a crappy agent for longer, right? Are they competition for you? No. Okay. And don't always take advice from some of these people too, because you get some of these folks that they act like their ass don't stink, you know, and they'll be giving you wrong information or wrong advice sometimes. If that's the case, you know, you got to weed these people out and stay away from them, you know, because they're like a cancer, you know. You want to cut them people out of your life. You don't want them around you. Okay.
Right.
And if you got an office like that and your broker ain't getting rid of those kinds of people, maybe you should think about going somewhere else, you know?
Right.
Yeah, you want to distance yourself from people like that, you know? All right. Referral agent. Now, a salesperson can work directly with clients, and they can also send referrals. You know, I'm going to add this in here because this is commonly asked. Salesperson can work directly with clients and customers and can send referrals to their broker. Okay. You got to see what your office policy is on that though. Now, so for instance, if you're a salesperson and you're listing a property for sale, once you sell that person's property, where are they moving to? Not a bad idea to ask them, right? Because look, if they're moving local, maybe you could help them find a new house to buy, right? Or if they're moving out of state, well, you're only licensed to work in New Jersey, but I can hook you up with a real estate agent in the area that you're looking for that could help you find a home there and send you, and you could send that as a referral and you could earn a referral fee off of that. For what? Picking up a phone, reaching out to another agency, and then sending them a contract that you're sending over a referral, right? Make sure that you don't give any contact information out until they sign that contract, okay? That their agency's agreeing to pay your company a referral fee if that person you're sending over actually buys a house through them. But hey, that's easily a couple hundred, if not a couple $1,000s in your pocket for what? Picking up a phone? Easy money, guys. Don't leave any meat on the bones, you know? You gotta pick that off like a scavenger, boom, okay? It's doing nothing more than picking up a phone, filling out a form, and you're making a lot of money. So salespeople can do that and referral agents can only do that. A referral agent is forbidden from working directly with members of the public. They can only refer business prospects to their brokers. And then their broker would place that business prospect with one of their salespeople or broker salespersons, or refer it out to another agency if it's in an area that we don't cover. Okay. Now, why is it important? Why would anybody here looking to get a referral agent's license that does not want to work directly with buyers or sellers? You just want to refer business? You know, I mean, we do get these people all the time too, and I understand it, because who has to be licensed in New Jersey? Anyone who takes part in a real estate transaction in New Jersey for another person for a fee, commission, or other valuable consideration has to have a real estate license. So sometimes we get people that maybe they already got a full-time career. They're not looking to start another one. But look, maybe you work in an eye doctor's office or a dental office or other doctor's office. Or maybe you're a paralegal working at an attorney's law firm, or you cut hair for a living. You know, you work in a beauty salon. Look, you got this large volume of people that usually come across you, and you do the small talk, and you hear, oh, this one got married, that one just got divorced, oh, they had a baby, you know, oh, they're going to be looking to buy a house soon, or they're looking to sell a house, or this one just died, and blah, blah, blah. You know, oh, really? Get your ears on? Oh, really? I can refer you to a good agent. Right? So those people can still earn commission in the real estate business without having without working directly with those people. But the only way to legally earn a commission is that you have to have a real estate license. So those people who don't plan
I have a
on
question.
working with anybody, they could just have a referral agent's license. Yes. What's your question?
Yeah, so let's say if I refer to someone, right? So who decides that how like, you know, how much commission you get?
Well, the referral agreement would set it out. You know, that's all negotiable too. Now, your employment agreement would dictate what your split is on any kind of a transaction. That's the employment agreement that you signed with the broker when you started working for that brokerage firm. But how much commission are you going to earn on any particular transaction is negotiable between the listing agent and the agency that actually listed the property with them. Now, if you're sending a referral over, let's just say that you're a referral agent and I'm your broker, okay?
Okay.
And let's just say that my office policy is that I need to approve all referrals that go out, okay?
Right.
Typically, we're gonna send it out with a minimum that we're gonna ask for of a 25% referral fee. But typical, it's 25 to 35%. But I mean, can you ask for 50? Sure. But now you're getting ridiculous, because now if you're asking for 50% of the commission, you're basically
Mhm.
saying, hey, listen, real estate agent, I want you to work directly with this client to close them on a deal. But you're gonna have to give me 50% off the top, and the other 50% you split with your broker. So if you're on a 50-50 split with your broker, you're only earning 25% of your normal commission on this.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, that's being a little bit greedy, you know. So send it out 25, 35% is even a little bit lot, but 25 to 35%, okay, is typical.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
So, you know, on your typical transaction here, let's work it out for you on the board. How about that? Give you an
Okay.
idea of how much money you could make off of sending a referral. All right. Just clear this board. Get that out of the way. Get my pen, get my calculator out. Let's just say that we have we're going to go with a cheap house here, okay? Let's just say that we have a house here that's we're referring the business of a listing, okay? At
Mhm.
let's just say it's a $200,000 house, okay? We're not going expensive here. It's $200,000 house, okay? It's fairly cheap, right? And let's just say we're going to ask for a 25% referral fee. And let's just say that you're only on a 50-50 split with your broker, which for a referral agent, by the way, you're probably going to be much higher than that. You know, I own a referral agency as well, and I give my referral agents 85%, something like that. Let's just say you're going to send out the referral fee. This is the referral fee, okay, that you're going to charge. And let's just say that you're on a 50-50 split with your broker, okay? Now that listing agency lists this property. Let's just say they listed for, we're not even going to go expensive. Let's just say that they listed it for a 5% listing fee. So the house sells for $200,000 times 5%. That's total commission of $10,000. That's the 5% listing fee, right? Now typically these commissions, they get split between the seller's agency, the listing agency, and the buyer's agency, which they refer to that as the seller's agency. I know it's weird. So basically it would be 5,000 and 5,000 to each, right? But which side did you refer? You referred this listing side. So that $5,000, before they split that with the broker, you get 25% off the top. So you get 25%. So minus 25%, that will be $3,750. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's $3,750. 5,000.
$1,250.
$1,250. Yeah, I knew something was wrong there. That's too much. $1,250. You just earned $1,250 for doing nothing but lifting up a phone and faxing over a document. Not a bad
So
deal.
it's only from the listing, right? It's not from the buyers and sellers commission.
No, it's all because there's there's actually 4 sides to every transaction. Okay.
Okay.
Now, in this example here, I'm going to show you the total commission, that 5%, or which the 5%, which is $10,000. That's the total commission in this transaction. Okay. That actually gets split 4 ways.
Okay.
I told you there's a listing side,
Mm-hmm.
and then there's the seller side, which is the buyers. Okay. Here, let me just refer to it as the buyers. Okay. So
Mhm.
typically they'll get split, you know, 2.5 here, 2.5 here, right? And now
Okay.
there's the agent and their broker. There's going to be some kind of a split there between you and your broker. And if you're on a 50-50 split, well, then you're going to split that 50-50. All right. Now, if you got this, in this case, before the split, they had to subtract 25% because it was a referral. And then whatever's left over gets split.
Oh, okay.
All right. Now, that's just if you're a regular mom and pop shop. Well, let's just say that you want to be a member of Keller Williams, Century 21, or any of these major franchise firms. Well, those franchise firms are also going to subtract 6 to 8% franchise fee. For the pleasure of you being able to use their name. And then whatever's left over gets split between you and your broker.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Victor, is 50% normal between the agent and the broker?
Listen, all different. There's a lot of different companies out there with different models. How they work, I don't know. You're gonna have to explore that yourselves. But yeah, for a brand spanking new agent, 50-50 is typical. But you could still find brokers out there that'll maybe pay you 60% to start. Okay. Listen, at the beginning, I'm going to tell you, don't look at commission. As long as they're giving you at least 50% at the beginning, I'm going to tell you, don't even look at the commission. As long as they're giving at least a 50% split at the beginning, don't even look at the commission. Don't even worry about that. Your number one priority should be training. Because what is 100% of nothing? Right?
Right.
I mean, if the broker doesn't train you how to get the business and how to do the business, they give you 100% commission split. What good is that going to do you if you're not earning anything?
Right. I have another question. How many states can we be
licensed? You can be licensed in all 50 if you want. That's going to be that's going to be a hell of a. I don't know why you would do that though. You could earn money by. Are you going to be traveling to every state to be selling real estate in areas you're not familiar with? And you don't. What are you going to become members of the MLS in every one of those areas that you're going to have to pay a membership fee for, and you're never going to be using it most of the time?
Okay.
You're better off just referring it to an agent that works in the area and earn a referral fee. Call it a day.
Right.
You know, concentrate on the area that you live. You don't got to travel too far. You're not stretching yourself out everywhere. You know, the only time I really see you being licensed in more than one state is, let's just say you live on the New Jersey, Pennsylvania border or the New Jersey, New York border, and you're going to be working over state lines, you know. But even with that, it becomes a hassle. You got to be now, you got a license that you got to maintain in each state. It's not just paying a license fee in each state to renew your licenses in every state. You also have to maybe complete continuing education classes to renew those licenses in every state. Okay, so now you can be taking classes, paying fees for that, paying fees to renew your licenses, paying MLS fees for each different state. There's different MLSs. That's a lot of money to be laying out to work in multiple states, you know. Not unless you're some kind of a snowbird, you know, where, you know, winter hits, you know, you're hitting Florida up, and now you're going to have license in Florida too, or Georgia or Carolinas or something, where you're getting out of the snowy areas here so that you could go down south. And then you have a license down in the state over there, and you work there in the winter, and you come back up here, you work here in the summer. You know, I can understand that. You know,
But you're still putting out a lot of money,
because you still got to be licensed throughout the year.
right?
Correct. All right, so I just want to give you the little breakdown here on how these commissions work. Actually, you know what? Now's not a bad time to also give you a math problem about commissions. Yeah, let me do that. I actually have one of these made up already, a slideshow on this. So let me look at commissions. Commission splits. Okay, it may be in here. Yeah, I just gave you a little breakdown on how those commissions work. And, you know, a lot of different brokers have different ways that they work their commissions and how they may pay you a fee. They may just say, hey, you start at 50% until we discuss it again. Some of them have a written schedule plan that works like this. It says, you know what, you're earning 50% commission until you bring in 30,000 in GCI, that's gross commission income to the brokerage. And then you go up to 55% until you bring 40K in. And then you go to 60% until you bring 50K GCI in. And then you go up to the next bracket. So it's tiered, it's bracketed, right? But sometimes those ones will reset at the end of the year or the beginning of the year. You know, so you earn your way all the way up to a 70 or 80% split. And then January 1st, you're returning back down, okay? We call that jumping ship time or recruiting time, because that's when the agents get all disgruntled, you know. Shit, I worked my way all the way up and now I'm back down again. I got to work my way up again. Well, some brokers, to try to prevent that, they set higher levels like this one here with the 30, 40, 50, where it's it never resets. We call it a 12-month rolling commission schedule, where you got to earn a higher amount before you get to the next bracket. Like in here, you'd earn 30,000 before you get to 55%, 40,000 before you get to 60. But you'll never go back down to 50% because it goes based on your last 12 months commission. It doesn't automatically reset down to the bottom of the scale. They constantly look at your last 12 months. But the thing is, you need to earn more money before you get to the next bracket, the next tiered bracket of commission levels. I think that one is one of the more fair ones to do. It's a little pain in the ass to try to manage as a broker, but there's software that can help them do that. But it looks at your last 12 months. So this way agents are never resetting. As long as you continue working, you should never reset all the way back down to 50. Only if you stop working for long periods of time would you drop back down the scale. Because you should be able to maintain that higher income commission level to the brokerage. And as long as you keep bringing that money in, you'll stay at the higher bracket. Okay. Now, there's a lot of different commission schemes out there, and brokers need to know what their expenses are and how much they can afford to pay. I typically say that most brokers can't afford to pay their agents more than 70% split. Not unless they're cutting out services or they're getting it out of their agents, making money off their agents some other way. Because remember, this is a business. And the brokers, unless they're going to turn it into a body factory where they get a lot of real estate agents working for them, and they're all churning out one or two deals, who cares if they aren't making enough to make a living off of it throughout the whole year. But if we get a body factory with tons of agents out there, high volume of agents that are making one or two deals here or there, the brokerage is still going to be in the green, and they're you know, the agents aren't even making minimum wage, but they're you know, even if they're paying them high commission splits, because if you're only earning one or two deals a year, you know, that's, you ain't living off that. The brokerage can afford to pay more than 70%, because look, the brokerage has to pay maybe a mortgage or rent. They got their insurance, they got their licensing fees and software and maybe advertising and marketing that the company does. They got signs and lock boxes and all kinds of other expenses that the real estate agents may not be aware of or even care about. They got phone services, high-speed internet connection services, all kinds of different expenses that the brokerage may have. Plus, at the end of the day, the broker's in it to make money too, to earn money. So if they're paying you more than 70%, that, I mean, they're only earning 30% on that to pay the brokerage fees and to make a living. Okay, so if they're paying you more than that, it's their numbers, they have to start cutting back somewhere on what kind of services they're providing or software they're giving or marketing that they're doing, or they have to cut back on it somewhere or get it out of you someplace else. Maybe start charging their agents transaction fees in addition to this, you know, they'll start nickel and diming you, you know. So I typically say that most brokerages can't afford to pay more than 70%, not unless it becomes a body factory, you know. Maybe they'll start you off at a fee, they get you up to 70%, and then after you earn a certain income level, then they say, okay, for the rest of the year after this, you're at 90%. If they go to 100% and say you're at 100% after that, they're probably also charging transaction fees to still get money out of you. Okay, there's no such thing as 100%. Okay, 100%. There's only 100% of the pie, and if they're charging you 100, if they're giving you 100% of it, how much are they getting?
Zero.
They're not getting anything. They're not making anything. That's not a good business model. That's not a good business strategy. That's not a good businessman or woman, right? So there's a lot of different commission schemes and schedules that that there are out there, but typically I say don't go for one that's charging less than 50-50. And you should find out if they have a schedule. Ask them, is it resetting, or is it a 12-month rolling schedule? Or is it just one that I start at 50% until I come back to you again and then we renegotiate on it? I hate those ones. Those ones are a pain in the ass. Or is it that for X amount of transactions, I'm at this percentage, and then I go to a different one. Then X amount of transactional sides, I go to a different commission level. Yeah, I tell you over here about here's like that, the drawing I already told you about, you know. If you're a franchise, you guys need to decide, do I want to work for a mom and pop shop, or do I need that big name of a Century 21 or a Keller Williams or what have you but I'm going to be paying a franchise fee. So if you're on a 50-50 split and you're a member of a franchise, even starting at 50%, you're not getting 50% because you're also paying into that franchise fee for the privilege of using that larger company name. Do you really need it? That's something for you to decide. All right, and here's another program. You know, I already did a math problem with you on it, but here's a breakdown of another one I did for $300,000 at a 6% commission, split 50-50, 9,000 per side. Referral fee on that one would have been $22.50. It's not a bad deal for picking up a phone. So the math question I wanted to get into you with is one that they often give on a state exam. I don't know if I got it on school exam yet, but I should put one there, a school exam like this. It's a little tricky because it's tricky in the way that they word it. Let me back out of here because I got it written down somewhere. Just got to find it. That's it. All right, you guys see this problem here on screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, wait. Wrong problem. That's not the commission problem. No, never mind. That's a mortgage problem. Excuse me. Commission splits. Another mortgage problem. Okay, I got 2 slides here with these. There we go. Here's a math problem for you guys, all right? See if you guys can figure this out. This is more of a comprehension problem than it is an actual math problem. It says, if a house sells for $300,000 and the total commission is 6%, if the listing agency gets 60% and the buyer's agent gets 60%, how much does the buyer's agency keep? I want you guys to see if you could figure this out on your own. If you get the answer, don't shout it out. There is actually a chat thing here. In your controls, you guys should be able to send a message. It's called chat, or you could hit Alt-H key to bring up the chat window. And in the drop-down list where it says 2, it says everyone by default. You could send it to me, Victor. I'm your instructor. And you could send me that, send me what your answer is. So have your self calculator. You can pull out your cell phone, that's fine. And see if you could figure it out. This, once again, this is more of a comprehension problem than it is a math problem. Now I'm waiting for somebody to ask me the question.
How can they both get 60 and 60?
That's the question. And if you get that answer, if you could figure out, if you could answer that question, then you found the solution to that problem. That's why I'm saying this is more than it's more of a comprehension problem than it is an actual math problem. Patrick, yes, you got it correct. See, once you could ask yourself that question, you could figure that out. It's actually kind of easy. But it's one of those ones where you got to have that eureka moments, you know? Here, let me try reading it to you. Maybe that'll help if I read it to you, how I read it to you. If a house sells for $300,000 and the total commission is 6%, well, first figure out what that total commission would be then.
18,000.
Now, if the listing agency gets 60%, let's stop right there. Ask yourself a question about the question. If the listing agency is getting 60%, how much does the other side get?
40.
Because there's only 100% in the pie, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And then the buyer's agent gets 60% of that 40 that's left over of the 18,000.
So then how much does the buyer's agency keep? The other 40.
Mm-hmm.
Boom. Now you just plug in those numbers in your calculator and you should pop it out. Boom, 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 boom. Right? So that's what I mean by it's more of a comprehension problem than it is an actual math problem. This is the way that they word it on state exams, similar to this. All right. It's kind of tricky, isn't it?
Yeah, can you explain it? Oh, well, I guess you're waiting for the answers, right?
Well, yeah. Okay, so here, let's break it down, because I pretty much just asked you that, and we should have the breakdown of it here. Yes, Kabir, that's correct. All right. So basically, here's the breakdown of it. So 100% of that commission, 300,000 times 6% is $18,000. That's 100% of the commission. If the listing agency is getting 60%, well, 60% of that 18,000 is $10,800. Then the buyer's agency is getting the other 40, which would be $7,200. That's before they're split with their agent. So if you take that $7,200, if the agent gets 60%, the question is, how much does the buyer's agency keep? Well, if the total commission to the buyer's agency before they're split with the agent is $7,200, the listing agency, the buyer's agent gets 60%. Well, how much is left? 40. So 7,200 times 40%, that's 2,880. There's only 100% of the pie, right? The 100% of the commission that goes to the buyer's agency is $7,200. And if the agent's getting 60% of that, then the buyer's agency would get the other 40. 2,880 is the answer.
Now, if we get one of these questions on the state exam, right?
Mhm.
Will they allow us to write because
Yeah. Yeah.
they allow us to write?
Yeah.
Okay,
They'll give you scrap paper, or you could have a scrap paper there on your desk.
got it.
All right. So here's the actual math of how that's broken down too. 300,000 times 6% is 18,000. That's the total commission, 6%. Okay, the buyer's agency is getting 40% of that 18,000, which is 7,200. To buyer's agency before split with their agent. Okay, so there's only 100% of the pie, so you minus 60%. Buyer's agency keeps the other 40. So 7,200 times 40% is 2,880 to the buyer's agency, based on a 60-40 split. Everybody got that or understand it now?
Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, when they just give it to you like in this worded format like that, I mean, it can be a little confusing at the beginning. A lot of people would say, wait a minute, that adds up to more than 100%, right? That's the usual question there, and they know that. That's why they give you this question, because they're screwing with you.
I'm sorry. So how, I feel like I didn't get it. I apologize.
Sure. No, not at all.
I mean, I did notice the 60-60, which didn't make sense to me. But the breakdown, I don't know if I understood it fully.
Sure. Okay. So let me see. If the house sells for $300,000, okay. And let me try to bring that down here. Okay, so the house sells for $300,000 and total commission 6%. So let's first figure that out. 300,000 times 6%, that's $18,000 total. Now, if the listing agency gets 60% and the buyer's agent gets 60%, well, let's stop right here. If the listing agency gets 60%, ask yourself a question about the question. If the listing agency is getting 60%, how much does the buyer's agency get?
I have to get 40%.
40%. Okay, so we got that. So the total commission is $18,000. And if the buyer's agency is getting 40% of that, that's $7,200, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now that $7,200 is the 100% of the commission before the split with the buyer's agent and broker. That's the total commission that's going to their buyer's agency before the split with their agent.
Okay.
So let's continue with the question. The question says, if the buyer's agent gets 60%, how much does the buyer's agency get to keep? So basically they're saying that they're on a 60-40 split. With the buyer's agency is on a 60-40 split of the commission. So if that $7,200 is the 100% of the commission that came into the buyer's agency before they split it with their agent. Well, if the buyer's agent's getting 60%, how much is their agency getting to keep?
40.
40 again. So it's getting split again by 40%. So just take the 7,200 times 40%, and the buyer's agency keeps that.
Okay. Okay.
They basically, you split it twice. There's 4 sides of the transaction between the buyer's agency and seller's agency, and then between the agency and their agent.
Okay.
They just didn't spell out to you what the 40% was in either one of these sides here. You had to figure that out. You had to deduce that yourself.
Okay.
Okay, I have a question.
Mhm.
Could the listing agency and the buyer's agency be the same?
Sure.
So then how would
You would get
if,
both sides of the transaction. Hold on a second. Let's just go with your scenario for a second. There's only one company involved in this sale. That's what you're saying, right?
right?
So is there only one agent involved in it though? Or are there 2? Look, let's say that you and I work at the same company. Maybe it's my listing and you brought the buyer. It would still be there would still be a split like that. There's 2 sides of a transaction. It doesn't matter if they're different agencies, but there's still 2 sides of a transaction. There's a buyer side and there's a seller side, always. Now, it'd be great if you were the one that was able to get both sides of that transaction, but that means that you had to have a listing to begin with, though. If you never get a listing, you're never getting both sides of the transaction. But if you got a listing, there's a possibility that you could also get the buyer for your own listing and then twice the commission. Cha-ching, that's what you want, you know? At least that's what I want.
Wait, but who? Well, I have a question. So, how do you get listed? Though, like, how do you, list
Can you
yourself?
get a listing?
Like you said, on a specific property. You said on a house or something.
Well, you get what do we call a listing? A listing is when an owner of a property hires you to market their property for either sale or lease. Okay, let's just say.
But they hire the company, right?
What's that? Well, you're working as an agent for the real estate company. You as a salesperson cannot charge the public any fees for services you perform. You cannot work unless you work for a broker. You have to work under a licensed sponsored broker in order to activate your license, to get your license, right? So who can charge the public fees for the services performed? Well, if we go back to our PowerPoint slideshow, only a broker can charge the public for services and hire licensees, okay? So only a broker can charge the public for services. So how does a salesperson do it? Well, they make money by charging the public for services under the name of the brokerage that they're employed under.
Oh, okay.
Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And then your broker would pay you according to whatever your commission split is in your employment agreement that you signed when you started working for them to get your license.
Right. Okay.
Right? Everybody follow that?
Mm-hmm.
All right. All right. So that's that. So this is the problem here, and there's the breakdown of it. You know, there's 2 sides of a transaction. There's a buyer side and a seller side. And then there's an agent and the agency. Okay. Now, if there's only one agency involved and there's only one agent involved, well, there's still a buyer side and seller side of the transaction. It just so happens that you're the agent on both sides. So you're earning twice the commission. And you still need to split it with your agency though. Okay. Good. Everybody good? Yeah, good. All right.
Yeah.
All right, so continuing on. What are the 4 license types, highest to lowest? Broker, broker, salesperson, salesperson, and referral agent. What license type? Okay, what license type can hire agents and charge the public for fees for the services performed?
Broker.
Who can manage an office?
Broker, sales.
Broker, salesperson.
Or broker salesperson can manage an office. Salespersons and referral agents cannot. What type of license can send referrals?
Referral agent.
And a salesperson?
So,
All of them.
Oh.
What kind of license type is restricted to only sending referrals?
Referral agent?
That's the referral agent, correct? All right, so now we have realtor and realtor associates. These are not license types. I know a lot of times we get people, they sign up for these classes. I want to get my realtor's license. You know, there's no such thing, you know. There is no realtor's license. What does it mean to be a realtor? It means that you're a member of a private trade organization called NAR, the National Association of Realtors. That's it. And being a member of NAR, well, you got to follow NAR's rules. They have the Realtors Code of Ethics. But they have nothing to do, their membership and their rules have nothing to do with state licensing. Okay, so you got to keep those 2 entities separate. You have your license.
so what do you like
your
call
membership.
yourself? Like, is this a salesperson?
Well, your license type will be salesperson.
Okay.
Now-
So just yeah, that's the only title.
Now, if you join the National Association of Realtors, which you probably will, then you will be a realtor associate. Technically speaking, only a broker of record can be a realtor, and everybody else is associated to them, whether they're a broker, salesperson, that's a member of NAR, they will be a realtor associate. Now, when you're having a conversation with people, not everybody says, oh, I'm a realtor associate. They just say, oh yeah, I'm a realtor. Okay, contact your realtor. But technically, the way that their lingo goes is only the broker can be the realtor. Everybody else is a realtor associate. Okay. So on your business cards, you should have written on there, instead of realtor, realtor associate. Okay. But you get a lot of real estate agents that they put just realtor on their business card. But technically, that's not right. Technically, it's not right. Okay. All right. So how much does it cost to initially get your license and to renew the license? These are things that I kind of went over earlier. Okay. Well, here's the breakdown of it by license types. So salespersons and referral agents, to initially get your license, it's $100 plus the $50 for the FBI background check and the $10 the guarantee fund, for a grand total of $160. Brokers and broker salespeople, everything is double for them. So the license is $200, $50 to their background check, and they pay $20 to something that we call the guarantee fund. We're going to be learning at the end of this chapter what the guarantee fund is. So they pay $270 to initially get their license. Now, for license to renew your license, licenses must be renewed by June 30th of odd numbered years. You need to know this for exams. Now, what happens if you don't renew your license by June 30th in that odd year? Well, technically the license will become inactive. You don't lose it, it just becomes inactive the next day, July 1st. Your license is still good on June 30th. Your license is still good on June 30th. It just becomes inactive if you did not renew it by then the very next day. Okay, they give you some kind of tricky question about this on state exam, I know. Say, when does your license expire? Because we're going to keep learning. June, you got to renew it by June 30th, June 30th, June 30th, June 30th, odd year, June 30th of odd years, June 30th of odd years. And we study that June 30th of odd years. And then they say, when does your license expire? June 30th. It's still good on June 30th. If you didn't renew it by June 30th, the next day, boom, July 1st, right? So that's tricky, right? So I'll try to point out this to you. Now, inactive licenses can be reactivated, okay? Of course, when we're dealing with the state, there's always a fee involved for everything. So you're gonna have to pay some kind of a reactivation fee, probably like 50 bucks, and still have to pay the $100 to renew your license, okay? So if you allow your license to lapse, it'll be $150 to reactivate and renew it, okay? And so the cost to renew your license is $100, and for brokers or broker salespeople, it is $200. So here's the breakdown for all those fees: for initially how to get the license, when does the license need to be renewed, and the cost to renew. Okay.
We would have to pay the 160, and then in about 6 months we'd have to pay $100 again.
The odd year, June 30th. Yep, we're coming up on that odd year. Yep.
Okay.
Now, before you could renew licenses, there is a continuing education requirement as well. All right. Now, 12 credit. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Victor, before we get into that, say you got your license this year.
Okay.
Do you have to renew it again next year because it's an odd year?
Everybody's license renews June. You got to renew it by June 30th, odd years. Everybody. You could have gotten your license on June 29th, 2021.
Mm-hmm.
Your license will have to be renewed by the next day.
Are you serious?
So if you get to that point of June 29th, I would say do not send the paperwork in to get your license until after June 30th.
Wow.
Wow, that is crazy.
Right.
Listen, as we get close, we have these classes year round. So we may sometimes have classes in June, you know, and I tell people, listen, if we're in the renewal year, don't send the paperwork into the state. Look, you could have your broker fill it out and everything. Just don't send the paperwork into the state until after June 30th. Otherwise, you're going to have to pay to renew it again. And that doesn't make sense. Just hold out until after June 30th and then send it in. Okay. You got your exam done. You got your fingerprinting done. Just don't send in the paperwork until after. Okay. Now, right now, we're far enough away that I wouldn't suggest that you guys wait all that time, because look, you guys can get training in the meantime. You guys can be working with clients. You know, look, one transaction will more than pay for your license renewal and any and all other fees. Okay. Your first real estate transaction on a cheap $200,000 property will pay for your real estate class. It'll pay for your testing, your fingerprinting, your license, your MLS dues, your realtor association dues, your Supra E Key, which we didn't get into that. Basically, houses, a lot of times when we get listings, we have the keys to the house. A lot of times we put them in lock boxes that look like this. Okay. This is a Supra. See, it says Supra on it.
I don't know if it's just me, but I only see your screen. I don't see you.
What, you don't see the video of me on there?
I don't know if it's just me. I don't know. Oh, there you go. Hi.
Well, you should still see me even when I put it to the when I put the slideshow on. You should see
Yeah, it's a small
a little
screen.
corner of me.
Yeah, we see you in the corner.
You see me in a corner, a little video of me.
Yeah, a little small.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could put the video of me, or you could set it to, there's like little blocks there that you could either have just my name there, or you could click on the next block, it'll show you my video. There's like 2 little blocks that shows you the videos of the first 4 people, or you could show grid and it shows you everybody's videos, or
Got it.
or pictures if they don't have their videos on, which most of you don't. All right. Can you see me now?
Yeah, I got you.
All right, so here we go. So there's the Supra. There's the Supra box, okay? So, I mean, the fees that you pay for all that, okay? By the way, let me give you a little tutorial in a second on how this thing works. But the, all your fees that you pay for everything, you know, and let's just say that you're going to pay a fee to create your own website and marketing and business cards, and let's give you an advertising budget for that, you know. I'd say to get started in real estate for all that stuff, for all those fees and marketing and some advertising to get started and all that stuff, I'd say in real estate, it's going to cost about $1,500 to $2,000 total with your school, your licensing, marketing and advertising, which you don't have to have all of that at the beginning, by the way. But I'm just saying, to get a good, solid start in real estate, $1,500 to $2,000. But look, your first real estate transaction of a $200,000 property. What did we do before at 5%? Let me see. That was a referral that we did too. Here, let's do this one. $200,000 property. Let's just say times 2.5%, because it's 5%, 50-50 split between the brokerages, and then you split that with your broker because you're on a 50-50. That's $2,500 right there. You already, one transaction more than paid for everything, right?
Yeah.
And hopefully you have more than one transaction going on. You know, maybe you have a couple going on. Maybe you have a couple going on at the same time. Maybe you get a listing and you get both sides, the buyer and the seller sides. Now you get double. You see how you can start making a lot of money? That's why they tell you in real estate, there's a saying, if you don't list, you won't last, you know, because you can make a lot more money off of listings. Plus, if you got a listing, you don't got to be running around showing people properties all the time. Other agents will be showing your listings and you could still get paid when they bring a buyer. But you get the added bonus that if you bring the buyer, you get double the commission because you're getting both sides of the transaction. And don't forget to ask for referrals too, because if that seller's moving somewhere, where are you moving to? Right? They're going to need to buy or rent. You could earn some more commission there. Don't leave any meat on the bones, guys. Think about making all that extra money.
Got it. Got it.
All right. That's a good little lesson there. I tell you what, if you don't get that training and somebody tell you the simple, it sounds kind of like obvious, simple, stupid stuff, but you may not be thinking that. You know, you're new. You may not be thinking about that right away. You know, I know I didn't have people tell me that right off the bat. And I was like, I remember the first time I had that epiphany, I was like, son of a bitch, you mean all these times I never asked people where they were moving to? I lost all that money. I could have just asked them, where are you moving? Do you have a real estate agent? They're buying something else or renting something else, and I didn't make the money off of it. I lost out because I didn't ask. You don't ask, you don't get, right? All right. Anyway, I did that math problem for you. Okay, so let me show you how this little jammy works, okay? These are lock boxes. Your broker should have these. If you guys want to buy these, you're going to need to get a letter from your broker that allows you to. But I would say if you want to own your own lock boxes like this, I would tell you that when you go to work for that broker, have them sign an agreement with you in advance with the serial code that's on the side, the serial number that's on the side of the lockbox. Have them sign contract with you for a list of all the lockboxes you own, that they are yours and you get to keep them, and the broker will transfer them with you when you move, because otherwise, if you ever move to a different brokerage firm, technically the lockboxes are owned by your broker, even if you bought it. So make sure that you have some kind of agreement in writing if you're going to own your own lockboxes. Okay, I've always owned my own lockboxes, and I had a problem sometimes with that. You got to make sure that the broker will sign off on them. Otherwise, they become an expensive brick, a doorstop. Okay, because you know, I'm not giving it. If I paid for it, I'm not giving it to the broker, right? And if I can't use it because they're not signing the paperwork, then I'm screwed. It's registered under the broker, even though I paid for it. And these cost about 110 bucks each. 110, 120, something like that. They got a built-in battery inside of them. And it works like this. Put that here to the side. This is another fee. It's called the Supra E Key. It used to be a separate little digital key that has a cell phone built into it to update nightly. Now it's an app that we just put on our cell phones. Let me pull up my real estate apps. And there's one here that we call, you see that little lockbox looking thing right there? So Supra E Key, I'm going to click on it. It opens it up. Looks like that. I'm going to click on the key. Make sure your Bluetooth is on. Bluetooth is on. I'm going to click on the key. And then it asks me to enter my PIN code. So I'm going to enter my personal PIN code. If I can remember, I always mix it up. I got two things to put in there. Make sure you should press on the bottom of here to activate it. And you see that light just flashed. That turns on the box. Okay, success. Press down on the bottom again, and then it drops out. And this is a metal box. Okay. And you put the key inside of there, and then you put it back. You know, that's where the battery and everything's held inside of there. Put this in there, boom, and it's locked back in. Okay. And then what we call the shackle code would release this, so that if we have a listing, now we could put this on the property, on the rail, on the railing, or on the door, around the door handle. Don't put it on a bush. Not very secure. Okay. Now I got a shackle code for this. Once again, I have to turn it on to activate it by pressing the button on the bottom. You see the light activate. And I'm going to hit open shackle, and then I'm going to put in my shackle code for this one. I got to give it a reason on the above. Sure that it's on. And now it comes right out. Okay, and you can see it's made of metal. It's got these little hooks in there. Let me see, so you can see it better. See the hooks it's got in there. So now you just put these, you put that around the door handle or railing, locks into place. Okay, so that's your little lesson of how the little Supra box works. What's that? Oh.
Okay, ठीक है.
All right. You may want to mute yourself if you're having a separate conversation there. All right. So back to the slideshow. Now, you guys may notice that this is not following along with the book's layout here, because the book has these things spread out a little bit. Okay. So right now, as far as the license types go, what did we highlight in our books? We highlighted in number 1, we highlighted number 2 under salesperson. works under a sponsoring licensed broker, doing business in the name of that broker, and receiving compensation only from that broker under which they're employed. And the supervising broker is required to furnish guidance and direction and is personally responsible for all the acts of the agents under their employment. And to the left of that, I want you to write office space. They didn't have it written in the book, but your broker is supposed to provide for you two things: office space and guidance and direction. Is guidance and direction training? No. Your broker is not required to provide you training. The Real Estate Commission does not care about that. They only care that you're not breaking the law. So they require that your broker is responsible for making sure that you follow those rules and regulations, so you get the guidance and direction on that. Okay. And then the salesperson licensed with a real estate referral company or SLWRERC, you're basically a referral agent. Okay, you can only send referrals and you're restricted to that activity. The next paragraph underneath that, we could highlight all initial, renewed, and reinstated licenses are issued on a biennial term, that's every 2 years, that expires on June 30th of odd years. Okay, well, it doesn't expire June 30th. It's still good in June 30th. The next day, if you didn't renew it, it expires. And technically, it doesn't even expire. It just your license becomes inactive. And your license can remain in inactive status, and you could still reactivate it before the for one licensing term, which is 2 years. Okay, so inactive licenses can be reactivated for an additional fee within the next licensing term, which is 2 years, or then it will become void after that. Okay. Now, the terms realtor and realtor associate, what does that mean? If you're a realtor associate?
You're in the Realtors Association.
You're a member of NAR, National Association of Realtors. That's it. Do they have anything to do with state licensing? No. Okay. So highlight that as well. Realtor associate members are members of the National Association of Realtors, a private trade association, and has no connection with state licensing. Another exam question. See, a lot of exam questions and things that you wouldn't think exam questions would be coming out of, but yes. So before we continue on with the book now, we're going to digress a little bit because this stuff has to deal with your licensing, and I like to have the licensing stuff together. Okay, the book instead has it kind of like spread out, and even where it comes up on it again, it doesn't have all this stuff together in the same place. I like to keep it all together in the same place. Okay, so the CE, before you could renew your license, you have to complete continuing education classes every 2 years. Okay, 12 hours, or they refer to each credit of class is equal to 1 hour of class. So 12 credits or 12 hours of CE is required to renew your license. Now, you can't just take 12 hours of any class. It has to be an approved class that gives CE credits for New Jersey licensing. Those classes will have a little license number next to them because each class has to be registered and licensed for CE credits, and they have different categories of classes. So there's specific types of classes you need to take too. So CE classes have to be approved and registered with the REC. CE has to be completed. That 12 hours of CE must be done. It has to be completed at least 2 months before your license renewal. Okay, you have to complete 12 hours of CE 2 months before license renewal, April 30th of that odd number year. All right. If the CE is not completed on time, the state will charge you an additional $200 processing fee. It's not a fine. They don't want you calling it a fine. It is not a fine. It is a processing fee because you're putting an additional burden on them to have to check it last minute. It seems punitive to me. So anything punitive would be a fine, right? They're just slapping a little lipstick on that pig, make it gussy it up a little bit. Now, CE classes must be taken in person or online. It doesn't matter. They can be taken in person or online. CE required to change license type. Okay, so if you start with a salesperson, referral agent's license, you can change your license to a salesperson or broker salesperson and back and forth. Okay, but if you're changing from a referral agent to a salesperson, you're gonna be required to take some extra CE classes. So if I were to click on this link, it'll hopefully open a browser window. There we go. All right, and it basically gives you this little breakdown here. That if you started with a referral agent's license and then you want to convert it to a salesperson or broker salesperson's license, well, depending on how long you had been licensed as a referral agent, would determine how many CE credits that you need to take in order to renew that license or to change over the license type. Okay. Between 1 and 6 years, it could be 24 credits. Okay. But they got the breakdown of all that here. They get into that in detail. I have that link in the slideshow as well as on the Word, the class links document. Okay. So back to the slideshow. The breakdown of the 12 hours of CE, because they may get into that on exam. Okay, well, how much CE classes do you need to renew your license?
12.
12. You need 12 credits. Okay, so here's the breakdown. Of those 12 credits, 6 have to be in core topics. Of those core topics, 2 have to be in ethics. Ethics is considered to be a core topic. So 6 core topics, 2 of which are in ethics. The remaining 6 credits can be in any approved class, whether it is core, electives, or ethics, which are also considered core. Okay, you could take the whole 12 CE in ethics too, by the way. That'd just be a little boring. So that's the breakdown. 6 in core topics, 2 of which are in ethics, and 6 in any approved class, core, ethics, or electives. Okay.
So Victor,
Yes.
we have to complete this before April 30th. So could we do it like right after we finish this and get licensed?
Let me take a look really quick. What are we in right now?
December.
I got to take a look at the schedule, but you may not be required to take the CE to renew your license.
Okay.
Hold on. Where is the web browser? And let's go to the web. Let me go to my website here for a second. You guys are in the web browser window? You see me here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Institution. No, I have it written here somewhere. I should update the years. Anyway. Okay. The New Jersey real estate, the REC requires all real estate licensees must meet new continuing education before April 30th in order to renew their licenses by June 30th of the odd numbered years. You will not be able to renew your license unless you, okay, blah, 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 all licensees. Okay, so I just got my real estate license. Am I required to take CE classes? Maybe. Okay. It depends. Let's click here. I go into this in a little more detail. Okay, so important notice, students who complete the salesperson class between June 30th in odd number years to June 30th in even number years will not get credit and still have to take CE. Okay, we are after June 30th in the even number year. So you guys do not need to take CE classes to renew your license. When if you get your license now, you're not going to need to take CE to renew your license. This class will count as CE credit for you in this first renewal year.
Nice.
So basically, anytime you're in the second year term, because the year term begins in the middle of the year. So anytime you're in that middle of that or past that first year term, this licensing class will give you credit towards the CE. Which, by the way, you could take CE classes with us online by clicking here, njrealestateCE.com. Okay.
So just to confirm that we don't have to take in, we can just renew it by giving the $100 thingy, right?
Correct.
Okay, perfect.
All right, so who is exempt from CE licensing requirements? Well, referral agents don't need to take CE to renew their license, and neither do brokers who have had their broker's license for at least 40 years. They're exempt from CE licensing, CE requirements to renew their license. You know what? I'm going to add to this slide. I'm going to add to this slide new agents, right? Newly licensed agents after June 30th in even numbered years. So if you get your license after June 30th in an even numbered year, the class will count as the credit. For that first renewal term. Oop. See if we can try to fit all that in the slide here. Start packing so much information in these slides after a while. All right, whatever. Okay, we got it all to fit. All right, so newly licensed agents after June 30th in even number years, that's you guys, will get CE credits for this licensing class for that first renewal term. Referral agents don't need to take CE classes, and neither do those who have been licensed as brokers for at least 40 years. This is an exam question on state exam, not for the first bullet point, but for these other two. Who's exempt from CE licensing requirement to renew their license? referral agents, and brokers who have been licensed as brokers for at least 40 years. And I have the link here that shows you that. Okay. We're still not following along in the book yet. We're still going by the slideshow here. Okay, activities required for broker's license. Okay, now we're going back to the book. Okay, so activities covered. This is the same stuff that you see in the book now. When performing any of these acts, you're required to have a broker's license. Now, you're required to have a broker or salesperson's license to do any of these acts. Used to be that in the last version book, they had 2 separate lists for this. Now they broke it down. Oh, they still do. But anything that's on the salesperson's list, you could also do with a broker's license. It's just that you're doing it in the name of the broker under which you're employed. But you have to have a license in order to list real estate for sale for someone else in exchange for fee, commission, or other valuable consideration. So activities required for broker or salesperson's license. They do not pertain to for sale by owners, owners who are acting on their own behalf, or those appointed by the order of a court. Okay, but license is required to do this for any of these people, to list real estate for sale for someone else in exchange for a fee, commission, or other valuable consideration. Sell, exchange, buy, auction, or rent real estate when doing it for someone else. To collect rents for someone else. If it's your own property, you don't need to have a real estate license for that. Solicit prospective purchasers or sellers for someone else. You're required to have a real estate license. Okay. Negotiate a real estate loan, commercial loans. A broker's license is required for that. Sell lots or other parcels for a developer. You should be so lucky, right? Working for a developer, you get them to list lots with you. That means they're usually building more than one property. Sell business opportunities that involve real estate. Do you need to have a real estate license to sell a business? Do you need to have a real estate license to sell a business?
Only ones that involve real estate.
Only if real estate's involved, if you need to negotiate a lease or they're going to purchase the property, that's also included. Then you need to have a real estate agent involved, even though when we're talking about businesses, we actually do not prepare contracts to contract for the sale of the business. We only list and market the property, but we do not actually prepare the contracts. For commercial real estate, leases and sales contracts are prepared by attorneys, legal counsel, or attempt to do any of the above. All right. Now, activities required to set for a salesperson's license. There's basically all the same activities under a broker's, but we're doing it in the name of the broker under which we're employed. Negotiate, purchase, sale, or exchange real estate, negotiating real estate loans, leasing, renting, and collecting rents, or selling lots or other parcels for a developer. Now, we are allowed to sell mobile homes, the resale of mobile homes. So on page 3, we're going to highlight, after the first 5 or 6 bullet points there, we're going to highlight a salesperson's license. Wait, no. After all the bullet points there in the beginning section, we're going to highlight licensees are also permitted to handle the resale of mobile homes, but they must follow Motor Vehicle Commission regulations as well as those set forth by the Real Estate Commission. And then underline the word resale, because we're not allowed to sell new mobile homes because we're not licensed motor vehicle dealers. But we could broker the resale of mobile homes. The resale, that means not the first initial new home sale of a mobile home. You guys ever sell a car before? Anybody?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you do when you sell a car?
Like you transfer the title and everything.
Okay. So what do you do with the title? How do you do that?
Go to the DMV.
Whoa. So let's look at the title. Let's just look at the paperwork for a minute. For the title on a motor vehicle, you turn it over And on the back side of it, you write down the mileage of the vehicle, the sale price, who the buyer is, the seller's information. They sign and date, and that's it, right? Now they go down the motor vehicle and they transfer it into the buyer transfers it into their name. You did that, you earned your commission. That's it. Okay. Now you know how to sell mobile homes. All right. Now, it does say here, though, mobile homes are considered personal property. Okay. They're not real estate. They're considered personal property. There's only two kinds of property in this world, personal or real. Real property is real estate, or it's personal. Okay. Your clothes on your back are personal. Your car is personal. Mobile home is considered personal property unless the axles are removed, are permanently removed, and attached to a foundation. Then it can be considered to be part of the real estate. It's an improvement. Okay. Exemption requirements to have a real estate license. Owners selling for sale by owner, FSBO, we call that, FSBO. See, I pronounce that, FSBO, FSBO. That's a for sale by owner. That's the industry lingo on that. Attorneys, executors, trustees, receivers, administrators, legal guardians, or others handling real estate under the order of a court. Banks and trust companies for properties that they own, and insurance companies for properties that they own. They are exempt. They do not have to have a real estate license to sell real estate in these circumstances. Highlight exemptions on page 3. And these are all those exemptions. And then you're going to also highlight the last sentence underneath these bullet points that says, attorneys are exempt while handling real estate in their normal practice of law, but an attorney who engages in the brokerage business must obtain a real estate license. Okay. There's an exam question hidden in there. Payments for services. To collect the commission, you have to be licensed at the time the service is performed. You guys are not helping anybody. You're not working with anybody right now to buy or sell real estate, right? Hope not.
Right.
Because if you're doing it in exchange for some kind of fee, commission, or other valuable consideration, you're in violation of the law. You are practicing real estate without a license. So you must be licensed at the time the service is performed. Finder's fees, sometimes we refer to them as kickbacks. They're money or gifts to unlicensed persons who refer buyers or sellers is forbidden as well. So if you got a buddy that says, hey, listen, I got somebody who's looking to buy or sell a house, just throw me a little something, something when they close on the deal, okay? You know what your answer should be, right? Contact Victor at Career Path Academy. He'll help you get your license. And then I can legally send you a referral fee once you have a license. Because who can legally earn a commission? Who has to have a real estate license? Let's go back to the very first page of the book and the very first slide here. Anyone taking part in a real estate transaction in New Jersey for another person for a fee, commission, or other valuable consideration. Boom. Otherwise, you're violating the law. They're violating the law as well. Because let me ask you a question. As a real estate salesperson, who can you be paid by?
The broker?
What broker?
The broker that you're under.
Right.
Your broker.
Oh, your broker.
You can only be paid by your broker. You can't be paid by anybody else's broker. You could only receive compensation from the broker under which you are employed. That's the only person that can pay you.
I was looking like, is there more brokers?
Yeah,
but only your broker.
Yeah, for other companies, but they can't pay you. And who can you pay?
You can't pay anybody.
Nobody. You can't pay anybody. Only the broker can pay their licensees, right? It works both ways. So you as a salesperson can't be giving fees or kickbacks to unlicensed people in exchange for leads or what have you, right?
So how does wholesaling real estate work? Don't they get like finder's fees or something?
Okay. Wholesalers. Okay. You see how I did that? Wholesalers. All right. Don't get involved in that if you're going to have a real estate license. Okay. They walk a fine gray line if not breaking the law. Okay. What most people, when they come into these real estate classes and they start talking about wholesaling, they're usually not talking about real wholesaling. Wholesaling, let me explain to you what that is. Wholesaling of real estate is when you go to a bank that owns a lot of foreclosed properties that they have in their inventory, and you go buy 5 properties from the one bank and you get it at a wholesale price, a discounted price, because you're buying a bunch of properties from them. That is true wholesaling. All right. That's what real wholesaling is. A lot of times people get in this class, they heard about how you can work with an investor. I'm going to be using those air quotes. You could work with an investor who basically want you to go out and try to get them leads for people who are usually in distressed properties. They're in danger of losing their property, so that you can try to become the middleman, so that you get that homeowner to sign away their rights to be able to sell their own property to you, and then you try to market their property for sale. And then if the markup is high enough to meet how much money you want to make, you'll approve of the sale. As a real estate agent, why would I want somebody like that in between us? Isn't my job to find the buyer for the property? Why do I want somebody to get in between me and the seller to do my job and to screw up the seller's best interest? The seller's best interest is to sell that property. The wholesaler's best interest is not to sell the property unless there's enough of a markup for them to make money on it. They're looking out for their own best interest. You know, they're walking some serious lines of illegalities there, because first of all, they're not licensed real estate people, and they're trying to earn money off of the transaction by, they say that they're helping the homeowner. They're helping them. Then you know what, they would be saving them from foreclosure no matter how much the commission they would be earning on it. And first of all, you can't earn a commission, a fee, commission, or other valuable consideration unless you have a real estate license. They're trying to walk a fine line of doing this. And I could debate you all day on this, whether it's legal or not, but it would have to come down to a court. And if somebody actually takes these people to court on it, I would gather they would lose, especially if they file a formal complaint with the real estate commission that they're operating without a real estate license. But often they're running around there and getting away with it. All right. So as a real estate agent, do not work with those wholesalers like that. Okay. If they got a property that they want to sell, you know, you can list and market that property for sale. But if they're not the true owner of the property or have the rights to sell that property, you know what? I want to work directly with the property owner, not somebody who has the rights from a property owner because they con them into signing their rights away. Okay. Hope I answered your question on wholesaling.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Brokers can only pay or share a commission with their licensees with another broker when they pay out a referral fee, or when they pay a buyer's rebate. This is a little known thing, that real estate agents can actually pay rebates to buyers, but not all buyers, only the buyer of residential properties, which are their primary residence. Okay, not for commercial, investment, vacation properties, second homes. Only the buyers of a primary residence can receive a rebate. Okay, so under payments for services, highlight the second sentence. It is illegal for anyone to share in any portion of a commission without a real estate license. We gotta add that here.
Hey, Victor,
Yes.
are these slides going to automatically update, or do we need the whole thing resent to us on the Google Drive?
Yeah, I'm going to update it at the end of the class. I'm going to save it because right now I'm just running this through PowerPoint program on my computer. Like I said, I don't run it live through, I know I can, but if I run it live, then it has to run through the browser, and it gets so small that you guys can't see it full screen when I put it full screen here on the computer. So just for teaching purposes, it makes it a little bit difficult in that regard. So what I do is I just run it in PowerPoint, and then at the end of the day, I'll save the slides and I will upload the latest edition there, and then you can download the latest edition at the end of the day.
At the end of every day, or at
Yep,
the end of?
Yep, I'll update it at the end of every class. I'll update it right away.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Boom, boom, boom. All right, and then what you're going to do is, after you highlighted that second sentence there under payment for services, I put a highlighted box around the remainder of that whole section under payment for services, which basically talks about everything that's on this slide. All right. And zoom the recording. Okay, so prohibited activities. Prohibited activities. What is not allowed? Sometimes you have unlicensed persons that you may want to help you out. We call them assistants, unlicensed assistants. The office or the real estate brokerage may have secretaries and such there that may not have a license. It's important for us to understand what an unlicensed person can and cannot do. All right. So you will get questions on this stuff on exam too. So, unlicensed assistants down the bottom, page 3, it actually continues on to the next page. So just turn to the next page 4. And that's where you have a list. And in that list, we're going to start by having you highlight, because they should have put it in like in a caption title, an unlicensed assistant or secretary may not. All right. Highlight that. An unlicensed assistant or secretary may not. Go down after the 6 bullet points. It says an unlicensed assistant or secretary may. Highlight that or underline it, just so that you know that it's a title. It's a title, it's a new list, it's something separate. It's not just one complete run-on list. That's basically what I want you to do. The book should have done a better job formatting it, maybe highlighting it or putting it in a banner. All right. So what can an unlicensed assistant not do? Well, they cannot show property. You cannot show property without a real estate license. You also can't answer any questions about listed property. So you ever call a real estate office up and try to find out if a property is still available or how much it was or get any details about the property, and they gave you the runaround? Well, if that's the case, that's probably because that person did not have a real estate license, and it would be a violation of licensing law for that person to answer any questions about listed property without having a real estate license. Can't even tell you if the property is still available. They cannot make cold calls. I don't like making cold calls, and I got a license. You know what a cold call is?
Yes, calling people that you don't know to
And
talk
not
to.
just calling people you don't know, calling people you don't know that never made any inquiries to you as for information about real estate. You're just calling people out of the blue. It's like getting a phone book and picking a number at random and dialing that number, hoping that they're going to do business with you. Okay. Sure, it's a numbers game. If you do that enough, I'm sure you'll eventually hit on somebody who wants real estate business. Okay. That's an old school way of doing things. And does it work? Not in a down market, but maybe in a rising real estate market, your odds increase. But either way, that sucks.
Is that how, I'm sorry, is that how, for the most part, real estate functions?
I don't like doing that. I don't ever do that. I mean, when I was working at one of my brokerages, the broker always had in there mandatory calling night, you know. That's the way he talked, you know, mandatory, you know, calling with his accent, you know. And then he'd have everybody order pizzas, and everybody gave everybody numbers to call at random. He got some from some list somewhere, and gave us some kind of script to say. And I was like, I ain't reading this shit. You know, it's like the stuff that he had you read. It was like that's like lying to people. I'm like, I'm not going to do that, you know. So I had to come up with some kind of a script to ask to talk to people and get them to do business with me. And it's kind of awkward, you know, calling people out of the blue like that. But I tell you what, if anything, you know, it's a lousy way to do business. It's a huge, colossal waste of time. Sure, you can get some business out of it, but people who will be more successful at that are a little more slimy. But one thing that you will get out of doing something like that would be being able to handle rejection. And that's an important thing to learn though. In real estate, if you guys don't handle rejection well, you ain't gonna do good. You ain't gonna do good in any sales job. Sales, you should be able to understand and handle rejection. No big deal. Don't take it personal. You know, learn how to overcome objections. It's like practice dialogue, I guess, for you. You know, that's one good thing I guess you could get out of it. But I personally don't like it. I like to call on warm leads. Warm leads are like somebody made an inquiry to your website about real estate. And now you're following up with them to see how you can help them because you know they have some kind of an inkling of interest in real estate, right? Or maybe somebody responded to an ad that you had and they called up about it. That's a warm lead, okay? They're not hot. They're not qualified yet. You don't know their interest level yet, but they just express some kind at some level, some sort of an interest to pick up the phone or make an inquiry online. That would be a warm lead. All right. Yeah, there's a lot of other better ways to get business than cold calling. Sending out mailings. Yes, snail mail. It works. Sending out postcards. Anybody here ever get a postcard from a real estate agent?
Uh-huh.
What'd you do with it? Be honest.
I threw it out.
Throw it out because you didn't need it at the time.
Yeah.
They keep sending them to you though.
Mm.
Why you figure they're doing it?
Branding, brand recognition.
Okay.
If you need someone, then you're gonna grab it then.
So it's working at some level, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So all they need is one person to respond and to turn that one person into an actual closing, and it'll pay for itself 100 times over.
Definitely.
Okay, so that's why they do it. Okay, branding is just a side effect, a benefit. There are better ways to brand than sending you junk mail, but you know that's just a side benefit bonus that those people who don't need it right now will see my face or my company's name on a regular basis and build the brand that way. But there's better ways to build brand than that. But they're sending it out because it works. That's why. Having your own website is another way to do it. Another way to get business is, how about this? Apartment buildings full of renters. They're all potential buyers, aren't they? Possibly, right? Depending on their financial situation and credit scores and such. But sometimes in certain markets, it depends on what kind of real estate market you're in at the given time. Sometimes we have markets where it makes more sense to buy, and what you would pay on a mortgage would be less, if not equal, to what you're paying for renting. Then it would make sense to buy, right? So you could target people in apartment buildings and complexes as potential buyers. Potential sellers, what about for sale by owners? Those people are interested in selling. Sure, they're trying to save money, so there's certain kinds of objections you got to try to overcome with them. What about expired listings? People who listed their property for sale, but they failed to sell. Sure, they're interested in selling, but there's different objections that you need to learn to overcome with them because they had some experience now working with a real estate agent, and you're going to have to try to get by some bitterness because I'm sure they'll have some because the agent did not sell their home, so it's their fault, you know. So there's different kinds of objections that you need to learn to deal with and overcome. That's where training comes in. Training and experience of how to overcome some of those objections. And the first couple of times that you do it, for sure, your cheeks turn a little rosy, and you're trying to think on the fly of how to answer these questions. And but hey, that comes with experience. You get better and better at that, right? Don't take things personally. It's a business, right? Don't get mad at people who are trying to save money. They may be bitter at real estate agents. They may even be nasty. Okay, don't take it personal. You know. So most, let's see, cold calls. But when you're cold calling, remember, you have to follow the state and federal laws. We have that FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, has the do not call list, the DNC list, that you're not supposed to be calling people. If you're calling people at random, if they did not express an interest in your business, you have to check their names on the do not call list first. Otherwise, you could be subject to fines. A person without a license cannot discuss or explain contracts with anybody outside the brokerage firm. And they cannot make telephone calls for rent collection either for someone else's property, right? They're also not allowed to do any of the following. They're not allowed to host open houses or promotional booths without a license, distribute promotional materials, or attend a home inspection. But if the licensee is there with them, then they can. So you see, it says unless accompanied by a licensee.
What about for someone doing that for their own house? Can they have, you know, like the
Yeah, you
owner?
don't need a license to do any of that. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
These things do not apply to for sale by owners. It's just when you're helping somebody else do it in exchange for, well, anything.
Gotcha.
You know, it doesn't have to be just for money. It could be anything of value, you know, exchange of favors, an exchange of whatever. If there's some kind of an exchange going on, that's why you're helping somebody help sell or rent their property or do something with their property. You got to have a real estate license. Okay. So allowable activities. Okay. For unlicensed person, they can answer and forward calls. Hello, thank you for calling ABC Realty. Can I get your name and number in case we get disconnected, right? And I'll forward you on to a licensee or what have you. That's all they're allowed to say. They can't give any information about a property. Process and submit listings and changes to the MLS. Well, the MLS is the multiple listing service. These days we refer to it as a system, you know, multiple listing system, because it's a computer where we share our listings. We input our listing information, pictures about the properties, details about the property. And that's how we share our listings with other agents. We call that broker cooperation. This is how we cooperate with each other. Licensing law requires that agents cooperate with each other. Competing agencies have to cooperate with each other. If I have a listing and it's available for me or anyone else at my office to be able to show, it has to be available for you and any agent from other agencies to be able to show as well. Now, unless we have the seller that puts in writing that they explicitly do not want us to share that listing with others, but then we won't put it in the MLS. Okay, so if a listing is available for me or anybody in my agency for a show, it has to be available for others to show as well. So we're required to put all listings in the MLS within 48 hours. But I could have an unlicensed assistant submit listings on my behalf or make changes for me as I'm the licensee, because I have some paperwork with all the information about that property, that listing, that the seller signed off and agreed on that information is correct, and that's how they want it entered into the system. It's just data entry that I'm having the unlicensed assistant do that. They're allowed to do that. They could process and submit listings changes to the MLS. They could place signs on property. Okay, this is, I think, a state exam question. You know, can somebody without a license put a real estate sign on a property? The simple answer is yes. Now, I don't know why this gets confusing to people. I guess sometimes when you're taking these exams, you know, you get this picture in your head that it has to be somebody in a business suit or business skirt or business outfit that pulls up in their Mercedes Benz and pulls the real estate sign out of the trunk, and only that person can put the sign on the property. Okay, wipe that off. Okay, when you have a real estate license in New Jersey, you can work with all kinds of real estate, including commercial, residential, what have you. Real estate licenses to conduct all kinds of real estate activities. It's good for all real estate activities anywhere in the state, whether it's property management or sales or for commercial or for residential, new construction, what have you. Now, in commercial real estate, often they have these real estate signs that are signs of billboards. Hell, they have construction crews that go out. You got 2 or 3 man crew on the back of a pickup truck that are building a sign. Do those guys have to have real estate licenses?
No.
No. So I want you to keep that picture in your head. If you ever get that question, that's in the question on an exam, do you have to have a real estate license to put a sign on a property? I want you guys to picture that construction crew working off the back of a pickup truck, building the sign, a for sale sign on that commercial property. Okay. And there's your answer. No, you don't need to have a real estate license to put a sign on a property. Okay. You don't, unlicensed assistants can pick up keys for listings and deliver documents. They just cannot explain them though. Okay. That first list, the first bulleted list, there was the 4th bullet point. It said discuss or explain contracts with anyone outside the brokerage firm. They cannot discuss or explain contracts with anybody outside the brokerage firm. They could talk to the agents that work there, but not with anybody outside the brokerage firm because they don't have the license to do it. Now, but they can deliver those documents. They just can't explain them. So this becomes a question sometimes on state exam that I became aware of a while back. There was one question somebody mentioned to me it went something like this. It said, a licensee and their unlicensed assistant were on their way to present an offer, And on their way, they get into a horrific car accident and the licensee is rushed to the hospital. What should the unlicensed assistant do? And I don't remember what all the answer options were, but one of the options were deliver the contract. Another one was bring it back to the broker. Man, I forget what the other ones were.
Deliver
But just based on those two, what do you think it would be?
Deliver it, but don't explain it.
All right. Now you got to take into consideration one thing. Even though, yes, they are allowed to deliver the contract, is that still the best option? Because what were they on their way to do?
Get it signed.
They're on their way to present an offer. So how are you going to present an offer? You're going to come throw it in their face and be like, sorry, can't talk to you about it. You know? So the best option there would be to go back, give it to the broker and have the broker present it. Even though the unlicensed person can deliver that document, the thing is, what did the question say? It said that they were on their way to present an offer. So when presenting an offer, you got to discuss the details of it to try to get it accepted. Presenting the offer is a big deal. All right. So you wouldn't want to have an unlicensed person just delivering that. Okay. So if you are posed with that question on exam, I would say select the one where give it to the broker, even though it doesn't go into detail that the broker would then go and present it. You just bring it back and give it to the broker. Okay, you can deduce that that's what's going to happen. All right, scheduling appointments for showing properties. They could do that. They could also set up files, track and secure documents. Well, that's what the secretaries do, isn't it? So that unlicensed assistant can do that. Okay. Oh, look at that. My invisible glass I'm drinking out of.
That's funny.
You got the green screen up there. I'm surprised the liquid is even showing.
What is that? What are you drinking?
It's ginger beer.
That's funny.
My invisible glass. All right. So I can't wear a green shirt. I got a green screen behind me, which is why you guys see the Career Path Academy logo there. All right. So allowable activities. Okay, continued. Okay, so let's see. Certain activities under direction of licensee would also keep records of deposits and earnest money, the down payments, security deposits, and rent. Okay, so what happens usually? We give that money to a broker. Broker may not be doing all the data entry into the financial software, the books themselves. They may have a secretary that's doing it, but the broker should be overseeing that because the broker is responsible for all the deposit money. Follow up on loan applications or compute commission checks. Okay, so sometimes brokers have their secretarial staff. They're calculating the commissions. They're even printing out the commission checks for the agents, and then they give it to the real estate broker, and the broker would review, make sure everything's correct, and they would sign the check then. All right, so these are some activities that an unlicensed person can do. Okay, license qualifications. Okay, license qualifications. We're here following along in the book on page 4 still. In order to get your real estate license, you got to be 18 years of age or older, right? Prove a high school education or equivalency. Furnish evidence of good moral character. How do you do that? Well, remember I told you, you don't lie on your applications. You don't lie if you were ever arrested for something. Be honest, okay? Most minor activities of arrest and such, they're not looking for traffic offenses, mild drug offenses or things like that. They may not prevent you from getting your license, so just be honest. You have to disclose, okay? They're big on honesty. By you not disclosing something, that would be worse than the crime itself in many cases. Successfully completing a 75-hour pre-licensure course, which you are here to do right now. Disclose your social security number for child support and other purposes. When you guys are taking your school exam. So I had you do that. I actually had you put this down as one of the options for signing up for the class. To disclose that social security number to me, because I'm going to need it later on before you guys take your exams. But you know, it wasn't a mandatory field, so some of you did not fill it in. So I do have it as a mandatory field when you're signing up to take the school exam. You must disclose your social security number or TIN number if you don't have a social security number to me. Otherwise, you won't be able to take the school exam. It's simply information that I have to transmit to the state, okay? I don't like it. I tell them for years already, I've been telling them that there's other ways that you could give it directly to them instead of the schools having to collect that information. But they didn't listen, so until they do make a change, you got to give it to me, all right? You got a problem with that? Contact the Real Estate Commission. God knows I did. All right, provide documentation of citizenship or legal residency in the United States. I don't need to see it, neither does the state, unless they ask for it, okay? Now that includes DACA recipients. So can you get your real estate license and not be a citizen? Yes, if you're legally here, able to work, or in some cases, if you're not legally here, but you have the, well, DACA is considered legal now. So in these cases, if you're a DACA recipient or legally in the United States, able to work, or a citizen, you can get your real estate license. Pass a state exam. Well, before that, you got to pass the school exam. Get fingerprinted. Okay, that's one thing that they left out of the book here is getting fingerprinted. Should add that to the list somewhere in the book, maybe at the end of that bulleted list there. Okay, and finally get sponsored by a licensed broker to activate that license. Spicy stuff, that ginger beer. Okay. And you see, even we went over this earlier, but I have these links available here for you again. Here's the link to the Real Estate Commission's page for fingerprinting, where you got to get that form. And once you pass the school exam, I'm going to send it to you again with the completion certificate. Okay. Which, by the way, the completion certificate we give to you, that will act as serve as your school transcript. So if you want to get licensed in New York, for example, after you get your license here in New Jersey, you could send them, you could apply for an education waiver in New York, use the school's completion certificate as your school transcript, and then they just give you a tiny little pamphlet with New York state laws. You study those, and then you could take their exam, because everything else is the same other than the state laws. Okay, the general real estate practices and laws are all the same. So you should be able to pass their exam as well. You get your license in New York, then you could apply to Pennsylvania, and Pennsylvania will just give it to you. We call that reciprocity. New Jersey, unfortunately, does not have reciprocity with any other state. That means that if you're licensed in one state, boom, the other state will just give it to you. Okay. Pennsylvania has that agreement with New York, but but we don't have that agreement with anybody. All right. What do we call that?
Reciprocity.
Reciprocity. Does New Jersey have reciprocity with any other state?
No.
No.
Okay, you need to know that for state exam. Okay, here's the qualifications for broker's license. It's basically all the same stuff as the qualifications for the salesperson's license. 18 years of age or older. Prove your high school education or its equivalency, a GED. Furnish evidence of good moral character. Served, here, this is different. Served 3 years full-time as a licensed salesperson. Oh, wait a minute. What is full-time? Well,
No other job.
okay, so look, you could have been a salesperson for the last 10 years, but if the last 3 years immediately preceding your application for licensure as a broker, the last 3 years, the immediate preceding 3 years had to have been full-time. So you could have had your license for 10 years and you worked full-time for all those 10 years except for the last year. You don't qualify for a broker's license. Okay, the last 3 years had to have been full-time. Okay, now what is full-time? Well, turn to page 5. See, I got a cross-reference here, page 5 and 16. Actually, we're going to write that here. On the bottom of the page, 4. I want you to write required experience. I want you to put page 5 and 16. Now, page 5, that's just the next page right here. We could just look just above where, you see where it's, oh, not above, below. You see it says required experience. It says on the 3rd line, I want you to highlight full-time means the applicant worked at least 40 hours per week between the hours of approximately 10 a.m. and 8 p.m. and during that time was not employed elsewhere except on a part-time basis for no more than 25 hours per week. Okay, like I put a full-time slide here. This is actually the next slide. So they served 3 years full-time as a licensed salesperson, worked at least 40 hours per week between the hours of approximately 10 a.m. and 8 p.m. and did not have another job for more than 25 hours per week. So you highlighted that on page 5. And I want you to put a cross-reference right next to required experience on page 5. I want you to write page 16. And then I want you to turn to page 16 for a moment. You guys at page 16 yet?
Yes.
All right. Now on page 16, under where it says main office, the last paragraph under main office, the second sentence in that last paragraph, I want you to highlight. Full-time means the supervising licensee is physically present at the office during usual business hours, 5 days a week, and is not otherwise employed. I want you to write at the end of that line, this is full-time for an office manager. Now, who can manage an office?
Someone with the broker's license.
Broker or broker salesperson. Okay. All right. So there's two definitions for full-time then, right? One is for a salesperson trying to obtain their broker's license, and the other is for somebody once they have their broker's license. So the full-time for supervising licensee, the office manager, they have to be physically present in the office at least 5 days per week during normal business hours, whatever they may be. Now, that does not mean that they need to have their butt planted in the chair sitting in the office all day either. We have something that we call working brokers. A working broker is somebody who actually goes and shows clients homes or goes and gets listings, all right? So they want them to be in the office, though, during normal business hours. They want to be accessible to their agents. That's what the point of this is, okay? And not otherwise employed means that they don't have another job. Why? Because they're supposed to be available for supervising the office. Make sense? Okay, you need to know these two definitions. What's full-time for a salesperson trying to get their broker's license, and then once you are a broker or broker salesperson working as an office manager, what's full-time for you? You will get questioned about that on both school and state exam. Hint, hint. Okay. All right, back to page 5. All right, continuing on. In order to qualify for the broker's license, you had to serve 3 years full-time as a licensed salesperson and successfully complete a 150-hour additional course. That course consists of 3 modules. 2 30-hour classes, one in ethics and agency law and another in office management, and a 90-hour class in core topics, which is similar to this class that you guys are taking now. That's 75 hours. So why does brokers need 90 hours to take the same information? Because it's hard to retrain somebody once they think they know it all. Okay. Look, once you guys are taking this class, and once you've been working in the real estate business now for a while, you're going to be like, I didn't have to use half that stuff I learned in school. Okay, well, maybe you didn't. Maybe all this stuff is not going to apply to you. And now you're going to be kind of set in your ways because you came about a way of doing things. Now you're going to be like, oh, I got more experience, and you're going to come in here into the class and you're going to be all cocky. All right. And you may have gotten into a way of doing things, but they're not doing them the right way. Because you found out there were easier ways to do things, but they're not necessarily the right way to do them. Well, remember, we're teaching you how to do things the right way and the legal way, okay? So we give you 90 hours to try to re-educate you, okay? That's why they got to take that 90-hour core class. And so if you add them up, 90, 30, 30 adds up to 150 hours of class. So how much additional education do you need to get your broker's license?
150.
150 hours of class. Okay. Don't go there on exam if they ask you. Don't go taking the 150 and trying to add the 75 to it and calculating. It's just an additional 150 hours. Okay. And I don't know if they're going to want you to know it, but the 3 classes that you need to take, ethics, agency law, and office management, and then core topics. All right, and then you still, once again, have to disclose Social Security number again, and get fingerprinted. You're gonna have to get fingerprinted again. Anytime you change your license like that, you're gonna have to get fingerprinted again. And pass a state exam to get your broker's license. All right. Change of license status. You could always change your license from salesperson to referral agent, or from referral agent back to a salesperson. All right. We already went over that, the requirements for it, that if you do that, it may require you to take some extra CE classes, right? Where was it? There you go. Remember, I had this form right here. Hey. Just going to borrow this bullet point and bring it back to the other page. All right, so. Come on, man. Okay, change of license status. Okay, so a broker can change a licensee's status from broker, salesperson, or salesperson to a referral agent, and vice versa. That means they're allowed to change it back. They do this by going to this website, recbrokers.nj.gov, or they simply go to nj.gov and they create a login. They log in from that website, and it'll open up a panel for the broker where they can log into and manage their licenses for all the licensees in their office. There's a $50 fee that's charged to change the license status from one to the other. Okay, if your name is spelled wrong, you need to change your name because of, or you need to change your name because of marriage or divorce. Well, they do not recognize, the Real Estate Commission does not recognize name changes, I'm sorry, name corrections. They only change names, and there's a $50 fee to change your name. So when you're first getting your license, if you get the paperwork from the real estate, PSI, and they give it to you on the form that you need to send in to the Real Estate Commission, and your name is misspelled, if you send it in, you need to get it corrected later, you're going to pay $50 for that. So make sure you get it corrected before you send it in. Okay. Everybody got that? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Important because it happens. Okay. I'm going to add one more side note here. There we go. CE required to change license type back from there to a broker or salesperson. Okay.
What about a DBA, like a doing business as?
You don't need it.
Okay, so we could just make our name whatever we want it to be.
Your name is what it is on your driver's license.
Okay, so if you have a DBA like a different name that you do business as?
Your
It's not-
broker's not going to pay you in a DBA. You're not licensed as a DBA, doing business under a fictitious name. It's basically a DBA is doing business as. It's a way for a corporation. Like I created a company, an LLC that it's called ABC LLC, but I'm doing business as 123 Realty. Okay, it's a fictitious name. It's a fake name. Okay. You're not going to get licensed under a fake name, and you're not going to get paid under a fake name. Your broker can only pay you under your real name.
Okay.
There's no need for you to do that. So don't overthink it. Okay. There's no need for you to do that. It's only if you open up your own brokerage that you would need to get, something like that.
Got it.
Okay. Now, exceptions for licenses. Okay, so on page 5, you see exceptions. Experience requirement for a broker or broker salesperson's license may be waived for an honorably discharged war veteran with a service-connected wound or disability. And their licensing and testing fees could also be waived. And here's a shortcut link that I put for veterans where they could get those waivers. So if anybody here is a veteran, well, specifically wounded veterans, I'm not sure if all veterans can get the waiver for the licensing and testing fees, but definitely wounded veterans can, or disabled veterans, not necessarily wounded, but disabled veterans. Okay. Disabled doesn't mean that you were shot. It could be PTSD or things like that, right? So those people can get a waiver those are the only people that can get a waiver for the full-time 3-year experience requirement to get their broker's license. Okay, so the experience requirement, you know what, let's try to improve on that a little bit. I'm going to say the 3-year full-time experience requirement for broker or broker salesperson's license can be waived for an honorably discharged war veteran with a service-connected wound or disability. And then their licensing and testing fees would also be waived. So the commission can agree to waive the education requirement for a licensed broker from another state someone previously licensed as a New Jersey broker within the past 5 years. Let's just say they let their license lapse. They didn't renew it. Well, they could go back to get their license again, but they wouldn't get a broker. They could get a waiver for the education requirement and just go take the exam, and they would get their salesperson's license again. Someone who has previously taken an equivalent real estate course in college, meaning you majored in real estate, you could get a waiver, education waiver for this class. New Jersey attorneys can get an education waiver for taking this class. They still need to take the state exam though. And certain applicants who took equivalent pre-licensing courses in another state, meaning those classes were at least 75-hour courses. Okay. We're gonna put a bracket around this next statement, which corresponds with this slide. No license will be issued to anyone convicted within the preceding 5 years of forgery, burglary, robbery, or any theft other than shoplifting, criminal conspiracy to defraud, or any other like offense. Okay. And if that's the case, if it was 5 years ago or more, then you could possibly still get your license. But people engaged in forgery, burglary, robbery, and such, they really don't, hardened criminals, they don't really want to give you a license to have access to people's financial data, keys to their houses, etc. Right? So we put a bracket around that, those two those last two sentences there under exceptions. And then it also says New Jersey does not recognize licenses issued in any other state. We have no reciprocity, which is this next slide, is the very first bullet point. New Jersey does not have reciprocity with any other state. So what does that mean again?
They won't give you a real estate license in another state just because you have it in Jersey.
Correct, or vice versa.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, the required experience for broker's license, you need to know that. You know, what's the required experience requirement for broker's license?
You have to have,
150 hours.
How much?
150
No, experience.
you have to have work, been a full time.
for 3 years.
For 3 years. Okay. Okay. And what is
for
full time?
years.
And
40
what is full
hours.
time to get your broker?
Between the hours of 10 and 8, as well as
40 hours a week.
wait,
40 hours a week
Okay.
between the approximate hours of 10 and 8,
and no
And-
other job.
and not have another job more than
25 hours.
25 hours per week.
Is that for brokers or for,
That's for the salesperson trying to get their broker's license.
okay. Yeah.
Okay. Not having another job more than 25 hours per week. See, these slides aren't bad that I made. Geez, you should see the book manufacturer's stock slides. They're like useless. You know, these are highly customized slides here. You're welcome that I'm making available to you guys.
Thank you. We appreciate you.
You're absolutely welcome. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right. So time limit on application. A year is a year is a year, not a day more, right? From the time that you get your you complete this course, you have 1 year to the day to get your license, not to take the state exam. What's required to get your license? After you complete the education requirement here, you got to take and pass a state exam, get fingerprinted, and affiliate with a broker, and then send all that paperwork into the real estate commission within 1 year. You must accomplish all of that within a year, not just take the exam within a year. Everybody got that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Everybody clear on that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I hope I'm not going to see you guys again in a year and you're going to be like, oh, I just missed it. You had a year. All right. Listen, I get people back all the time,
Unless there's another pandemic.
Listen, even there's a pandemic, you could still take your licensing exam online now.
Right.
What's your excuse? You could go in and get fingerprinted in person. They do that. Okay. You can go interview with brokers. Look, we're showing houses right now. We're listing properties for sale still right now.
Right.
What did you say about who's proctoring the exam or how that's done when it's online?
The company's called PSI. They're the ones that give it in person or online, except if you're going to go in person, you can go to one of their in-person proctoring centers. However, they first want you to fill out a form saying that you're COVID free and that you went to a doctor and you got tested and why you wanted to take it in person versus taking it online.
But when it's online, what were you saying about how they'll be watching us or something?
Your video camera, like you guys got video cameras right now, but you got them all turned off right now. I don't think I'm seeing any of you with the video cameras on right now. So yeah. So basically, your video camera needs to be on. If your video camera is off, like you got it, like if you start taking the exam and then you guys shut your video camera off like this, you're gonna fail.
Oh, got it.
Okay. They need to.
And they ask for a microphone.
Oh, they want the micro. Oh, they want to hear, make sure nobody's talking to you.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Well, that makes sense. Okay. One of these days I'll implement my own system online. Right now I'm using someone else's testing system, but one day I'll implement my own online testing system and have those video things as well. And basically all they do is they record it. Nobody's sitting there watching you live, but they're recording it. And what they do is then they fast forward through it later, and a proctor actually does review the video to make sure that there was no weird activity, like they see you weird movements or you looking in a different direction. Then they slow it down and then they'll play the video to see what's going on. Okay. But they could just easily just fast forward through and you could see, you know, if somebody's like, you know, like this all the time, or, you know, trying to be slick. Yeah, they don't got to sit there and actually watch you, monitoring you the whole time when they're recording it.
Mhm.
All right. Okay, non-residents can obtain New Jersey license. Anybody here not live in New Jersey?
I don't.
You don't? Well, that's all right.
Not yet.
You'll get your
Not
license
yet.
here.
I'm moving, so.
Do you have an address on any of your IDs that's in New Jersey?
Yeah.
Okay, well, there you go. Then you live in New Jersey, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you live in New Jersey. But
Okay.
if you did not live in New Jersey, you could still get your license here. You just need to file what we call an irrevocable consent to service a process. Basically, that means that you agree to come back to be sued in the state if you violate law here.
Oh, Lord. Okay.
Because if the Real Estate Commission wants to press charges or have somebody sue you, they would have to sue you in the county in which you live, which could be in a different state. And if you violated New Jersey law and they're suing you in Pennsylvania, well, those laws are not going to be in the books in Pennsylvania, so you're going to get off scot-free. So to avoid all this, New Jersey says, we're not going to issue you a license if you live in another state unless you agree to come back here to New Jersey and have it heard in New Jersey court. Okay?
Okay.
So that's basically what that is. And here's a shortcut link I have actually to that form as well. Now, corporations. Can a corporation get its real estate license in New Jersey? Hold on a second, let me follow this. Let's do a little highlighting. Let's stop. Let's do a little highlighting. Page 5 under required experience. You guys should already have the full-time experience requirement for salesperson highlighted, right?
Right.
Okay. Time limit on application. You're going to highlight within 1 year of the date the candidate successfully completed the pre-licensing course. A year is a year is a year, right?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
A year is a year is a year.
Okay.
Not a day more. Okay, and then non-residents, we're going to highlight filing an irrevocable consent of service of process, a consent to be sued in the states. That's often an exam question too. So somebody who's not a resident of New Jersey, can they get their license here? Yes, they can, as long as they sign that irrevocable consent of service of process. Turn to page 6. Now we're caught up. Can a corporation get a license or work in real estate, get a real estate license? Yes. But what do they need in order to do that? They need to have an actual person, a human being, that has a broker's license. And then that human being, that person with the broker's license, would serve as an officer for the corporation, and they would be the broker of record. Okay, so let's highlight one of its, at the end of the line there, one of its officers holds a broker's license. That person then becomes the broker of record for the corporation. Okay. Then exam fees, you guys are not going to pay them to me for the state exam. You're going to pay them directly to PSI, the testing center. And yes, you need to pay every time for every attempt for the state exam. $45, I believe it is. All right. Now, what happens in the event that your broker dies or becomes mentally or physically incapacitated? This section here where it says temporary licenses, put a highlighted box around the entire section. So those 2 paragraphs. It basically, let me summarize it up for you instead of reading it verbatim. Who could take over for your broker if they die or become mentally or physically incapacitated? Well, first they're going to see if there's anybody in that office that has a broker salesperson's license. Then they could easily be slid into that broker of record position if offered it, right? Because they already have the education and the license type. Now, what if there's nobody in that office that has a broker salesperson's license? Does brokerage just shut down? No. They would, if there's a salesperson there with 3 years full-time experience requirement that they have met, but they have not taken any steps towards trying to get their broker's license yet, although they qualify, they meet the qualifications too. They can request a temporary broker's license. See us here, this bullet point? They can request a temporary license. Now, a broker salesperson can immediately step in to take over, but if there isn't one, a salesperson with 3 years full-time experience who meets the requirement to get their broker's license, they can be granted a temporary broker's license, which would be good for 1 year. And then within that 1 year, they got to make it legit. They got to go to broker's classes, take the exam, get fingerprinted. They got to do all that within 1 year. Okay. So that temporary broker's license is good for how long?
1 year.
1 year. Yeah. All right. What happens if you fail to renew your license on June 30th of the odd year?
It expires July 1st.
It expires. Did you lose your license then?
No.
No. It could be reactivated, right? How long do you have to reactivate it?
Years.
1 licensing term within the next licensing term, which is 2 years. If you fail to reactivate it, then you lose it. It expires. It becomes void. That's what that failure to renew is. All right. Licensing fees. How much does it cost for a salesperson to initially get their license?
160 or something like that.
And how much to renew it?
100.
100. And what about a broker?
200 to renew.
It's double. Everything's double.
So it's how much to initially get it?
220, I guess.
270.
270.
270. So it's $200 for the license, $50 for the background check, and $20 for the guarantee fund. So it's 270. And then 200 to renew. All right, transfers and terminations. Your broker, okay, we use this wording, termination of your license. Termination, when your license is terminated, it doesn't mean you lost your license. It just means that you're no longer affiliated with that broker. Okay, whether you quit or got fired, your license is terminated. You guys understand that? That does not mean that your license is in a bad status or negative status or anything. All you do is you go to a next broker that you're going to go work for, and they pull your license in. Your license was just terminated. It's no longer affiliated with that brokerage. And that's what needs to be done. If you want to transfer your license to another broker, all you got to do is go to your broker and ask if they could terminate your affiliation with their office. They do that, and then they go to the next office and they pull it in. There's usually, I forget if it's a $20 or $25 license transfer fee. You know, with the state, everything, there's money always involved with the state, you know. So when you transfer your license, it's either a $20 or $25 license fee, transfer fee. All right, licensing procedure. Okay, we went over this. These are the book manufacturers slideshows. Okay, I already went over this stuff with you. The passing test is 70%, 77 questions correct. You could get no more than 33 questions wrong. Okay, 33 questions wrong is passing. with a 70, right? 77 questions correct out of 110 for salesperson or 120 for brokers exams. Okay, 77 questions correct out of 110. No more than 33 wrong answers for salespersons. Broker exam has 120 questions with a 70% pass score. Now, you can begin as soon as your name is posted. Posted where? Do I have it in the next slide? No, I don't. This is slide number 27. Let me pull up the other one up. Thought I had a link somewhere over here. Sworn I did. Slide 27. Huh. So once you pass that state exam, you can, and you get fingerprinted and you send the paperwork in with that broker's check or money order for $160 made out to the state treasurer of New Jersey. When can you start working? When is it considered that you have your license? Well, you have to first check. You have to first check online. Okay, let's go to here. You got to check online to see if your license, if your name is showing in the database. Okay. Let me just go to my Word document really quick. Trying to find the exact link. All right. In the Word document, I actually made up, you see this tiny URL I made here? tinyurl.com/NJRE license search. That's a shortcut that I made for you guys. You want to may make a note of it. It's the real estate license database. So if you go here, let me open that up in the web browser. Boom, 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 boom. Takes you here. So Kaminsky V, Kaminsky, comma V. Put my last name in, comma, my first initial, search, and you see comes up that I am the broker of record for two companies, Jersey Brokers and Quality Relo. See, I got the same license number. They refer to it as a reference number. You see that here? Your reference number is your license number. And this is my real estate license number. And then this is your company employer's reference number. So these are the license numbers of the LLCs, the corporations, right? And you could see they're actively licensed. Now, if you click on one, then you can get more details about it. Okay, license status, actively licensed as of 2008. I've been licensed as the broker since 2008. This brokerage has been around since 2006. License expiration date, first licensed in New Jersey. That's when I first got my real estate license, was in January of 2004. Okay, so once your name is showing in the in that database, guess what? You're licensed and you can now work. Now you can either print out this page, or there's a pocket card that you could get as well. You can either print this out and trim it, or you can actually have your broker create the pocket card for you. And that pocket card would, you have to carry on you at all times that you're conducting business. Okay. That's your license. You have to have your real estate license. The law requires that you carry your real estate license with you at all times that you're conducting business. Okay, so here we go. I put that link on this slideshow here as well, so that you could see it. And that's how you could search your name. And once your name is showing up in that database, you could start working. You cannot work before then. Okay. That's a shortcut that I made. Here's another link to the same place. Okay. See, it's a longer link. See, I just made a shorter link to that, but it's basically same crap. All right. What to bring to the fingerprinting, the testing center. Let's do a little catch up here on page 6. Last thing you put a highlighted around was temporary license section, right?
Yes.
Under continuing education license renewals, I just want you to write slide 8 under there. So chapter 1, slide number 8 is where I went over all those details for the continuing education requirements. So you just write it in the book on the side of that somewhere in that section. That's all I did. I wrote on mine. Slide 8, slide number 8 has all the information and details about that. And then the next page 7, for all the pricing and everything, I just put a bracket around licensing fees and the renewal fees. They actually have that link here for the brokers to register your license with their office or affiliate your license with their office. And then they could also print out your pocket card for you, or you could print it out yourself. Now, for the pocket card, let me look up that link really quick. Pocket card. As you could see in the Word document, I put here links for printing your pocket card. Here's the Real Estate Commission's website link. And here is the, here's a tiny URL I made directly for your pocket license. tinyurl.com/pocket license, okay? I believe they both will take you to the same section, except the pocket license takes you directly to where you need to go. I'm gonna make a note of that somewhere. Pocket license, pocket card. You know what? I'm gonna add into this slide here that licensees. This is the law that requires this, that licensees have to carry around that pocket card with them anytime that they are conducting business. And so I got these two links here for that. Just added that to that slideshow. Boom. You could go here to print your pocket card, and it'll generate it in PDF form, and then you print it. You can carry it with you at any time. I got an old pocket card here, got laying around. Just a piece of paper. This is what the pocket card license looks like. Nothing fancy, nothing special. Matter of fact, my camera's not even focusing for you. Sorry about that. This has your name on there, your company, the license number for your company, and your license number, and basically some other wording on there. But that's your pocket card. You have to have it on you at all times that you're conducting business. If you ever want to get into a gated community or a secure building, the security guards know that the law requires that real estate agents carry around their pocket card with them as well. So they're going to ask for your copy card of your pocket card, not just your business card. Okay, fingerprinting. What to bring with you? You got to bring 2 forms of valid ID. One has to be a valid government issued, US government issued photo ID. Driver's license, US issued passport. Okay, not expired. If it's expired, it's not valid. They do not accept firearm IDs for some reason, but I think they will accept a credit card or maybe even a library card, which is kind of odd. You know, a lot of background checks go into a firearms ID, 0 pretty much into a library card or credit card. But check with them. Check with them to see what kind of identifications they'll find acceptable. Okay, you could see this information where you could call up to find out on page 7 at the bottom of the page. Under licensing procedures, there's a toll-free number there, 877, okay, for fingerprinting, bioapplicant.com/NJ. Okay. Here's those links for the fingerprinting. Let me just copy them over again to this slide. So here's a couple resources for getting your fingerprinting done. And you could also just go directly to www.bioapplicants.com/NJ. But I'm going to tell you, if you go to the rec page, it'll have those links on there. It basically takes you here to Identigo, and you need to have that fingerprinting form with you to register and schedule. Y'all here with me? You still awake?
Yeah.
Bye.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So
Yep.
if you want, at the bottom of the page here on page 7, the very last line, there's also that website link if you wanted to highlight it. Okay. You could schedule fingerprinting whenever. I think fingerprinting is only good for like 3 months though. The guarantee fund. Yeah, and PSI exams on the next page, page 8, psiexams.com. That's where you would go to schedule your state exam. Don't bother trying to go right now because I never entered you into their system yet, not until after you pass the school exam. So it's going to spit out an error that you're not in their system. And here's all their testing centers. Do I have them up there? I do not have them in the slideshow. Why do I have them in the slideshow? Let me take a picture. I'm going to add it to the slideshow. How about that? Boom. All right. So I'll be adding that to a slideshow. These are all the testing centers in New Jersey. If you're not going to be in the state of New Jersey, they have testing centers in all 50 states. The PSI exams has testing centers available in all 50 states. So you can arrange to take the state exam no matter what state you're in. Actually, they got testing centers all over the world. But as long as you schedule it for a time that you're going to be somewhere else, doesn't matter where you are, you could take that. You could take that exam. Okay, doesn't have to be in New Jersey. All right, so what to bring? We're gonna we got up here, candidates should bring 2 forms of valid ID, at least with 1 government issued photo ID. You don't need it to vote, but you need one to get a real estate license. How does that make sense? I have no idea. The examination, okay, it goes over those details, you know, passing score 70, blah, blah, blah. All right. And then underneath that, we have the guarantee fund. Highlight the guarantee fund title. You could even put a box around that entire section of guarantee fund. And I'm going to have you highlight certain things within the guarantee fund here, which is all the items I have basically on this slide. This is a great slide to study from because a lot of questions could come simply from the guarantee fund, as you'll see what I mean. Okay, so what is the purpose of the guarantee fund? I'm going to break it down for you a little bit. It's to reimburse members of the public who've been wronged or robbed by a licensee or unlicensed assistant. Okay, so it's people who suffer a monetary loss due to wrongdoing in a real estate transaction by a licensed broker, salesperson, or unlicensed employee of the broker. Each salesperson or referral agent contributes $10 when they get their license. Each broker or broker salesperson contributes $20 when they get their license, the guarantee fund. If somebody's been wronged or robbed, they have 6 years to file a claim against the guarantee fund if unable to collect on a court judgment. A criminal complaint has to be filed against the offending party. Maximum payout per offense is $20,000. If there ever is a payout from the guarantee fund, that agent's license is revoked. Now, it may be possible for them to get it back in the future, years later, if they pay back all of that money with interest and they show that they had remorse over it. Okay. So what are we going to highlight here in the book? We're going to highlight the first sentence. The guarantee fund was established to reimburse members of the public who suffer a monetary loss due to a wrongdoing in the real estate transaction by licensed broker or salesperson or unlicensed employee of the broker. Go down 2 lines. Highlight they may apply within 6 years to the real estate guarantee fund for payment. Actually, I should add something in there. I kind of skipped out. The party must first obtain a court judgment. Okay. Now, we don't need to study that line now, but I'm going to add it here.
Victor,
Yes.
are you reading from the slides?
Which is also on page 9.
Okay, because you still have the links up.
Oh, you're not seeing it? I'm sorry.
No.
How about now?
Thank you.
You're welcome. You got to let me know because I got so many screens open. I'm going back and forth between them. I may get lost in them. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Okay. So the party must first obtain a court judgment naming the real estate commission, the REC, as party to the suit. So they are aware what is going on. Okay. And then if unable to collect on that judgment, because we know it's one thing to get a court judgment that somebody, what is a judgment? A judgment is a decree from a court where a judge says you owe this person money, right? It's one thing to get a judgment. It's another thing to be able to collect on it, right? Can't get blood from a stone, right? So if unable to collect on that judgment, the person wronged has 6 years to file a claim against the fund period. There we go. Come on, auto fix. Come on. All right, so let's see, how many questions do we get out of that? What is the purpose of the guarantee fund? To reimburse those who have been robbed, basically by the broker, one of their licensees or unlicensed assistants. Okay, how much do salespeople and how much do brokers pay into the guarantee fund? Respectively, salespeople pay $10, brokers pay $20. When? When they first get their license.
Get their
If that
license.
fund ever runs low, the real estate commission could require you to pay into that fund again at time of license renewal. Now that's never happened. I've been licensed since 2004. That's never happened. Okay, but it could. Okay, if there's enough lawsuits against it. But how many people here have ever even heard of the guarantee fund? Let alone made a claim against one, right? So that fund is probably some giant slush fund if the politicians didn't already rob it. Now, the party must first obtain a court judgment naming the REC as party to the suit so that they're aware of what's going on. If not, how long do they have to file a complaint to make a claim against the guarantee fund?
6 years.
They have 6 years to file a claim. That's 6 years to file a claim against the fund. And what's the maximum payout per offense?
20,000.
20,000.
Now, what happens if there is a payout?
The person loses their license.
The license is revoked. That's right. It's revoked. All right, there we go. So a lot of questions could come out. They could ask any of those questions.
I have a
more than
question.
one. Yeah.
So, the agent license would be revoked, and what is the errors or an omission insurance for then?
Well, errors and omissions insurance, just like any, it's like malpractice insurance, okay? You cannot get insurance for, in case I get caught when I rob you, then I'm protected. Okay. There's no such insurance that exists. Okay. E&O is exactly that. We're humans. We make errors or mistakes, or we make omissions. We forget to write something in a contract. Okay. It's to protect us in case we get a lawsuit because we forgot to do something or we screwed up, not because we intentionally robbed somebody.
Gotcha.
Therein lies the difference. Okay. You can't get insurance for if I rob you and I get caught. You know, can you cover me? They don't make such insurance. All right. Good.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
All right. So here's just another slide which reiterates those same things. The party first has to obtain a court judgment against the offending party, name the real estate commission as party to the suit, try to collect the judgment, file a criminal complaint. So now you're going to have criminal charges on you. So even though it's possible to get your license back in the future, if you paid back all that money plus interest, you think they're going to give it back to you if you got a criminal record now for robbing somebody of their money? Think about that. Okay, apply for reimbursement within 6 years, max payouts $20,000. No spouse of a licensee may bring action against the licensee. I guess because some idiot at some point in time tried to do that. Let me sue my wife so that we can make a claim because she's got a license and then we could get 20 grand. Listen, there's idiots that are born every day, you know, so never underestimate the stupidity of people, okay? Okay. Once there's a payout, the licensee's license is revoked, and it is possible to get it back in the future, many years later, if you show remorse and you paid back the money plus your interest. Okay. Now, interstate property sales. This is something that was deleted from the book in this version, which I'm going to have them put it back in version 15 of the book. Okay, so we have to add this back in. Interstate property sales. So you're not going to see this right here, but it is something that you'll probably see on a state exam. So okay, take a picture of this slide, add it to your notes. I don't know. It's going to be on exam. Regulations are contained in the Real Estate Sales Full Disclosure Act that protects consumers from undue sales pressure from unscrupulous developers and marketers. You know what, they still have this stuff in the book, but they just got it in a different place now, like in the last chapter, I think, or in one of those much later ones. The Bureau of Subdivided Land Sales Control, that's a division within the Real Estate Commission, has to approve any out-of-state properties, only for new construction this is pertaining to, not resale properties. That any out-of-state property, new construction, has to first be approved by the Bureau, that's a department within the Real Estate Commission, for any out-of-state properties being marketed to New Jersey residents. Basically, it ensures that the property exists, that it's being properly registered, bonded, insured, you know, and that the project is going to take place. It shows that they have the funds to complete the project. So they're not selling new construction in anticipation of it being built and then the project being scrapped or going bankrupt and then you being screwed as the consumer in the process. That's why they do this. Now, it basically says that you have a 7-day right of rescission. Hold on a second. Is that going to be here or on another slide? Yep. Okay, go over rights of rescission. All right, on another slide. Now, the language is, okay, so undue sales pressure of marketers and developers. Bureau subdivided land for any out-of-state properties marketed New Jersey residents. Buyers have a 7-day right of rescission or rescission right. Yeah. Now, what does that word rescission mean? We're going to go over that in just a minute on the next slide, all right? So bear with me. Languages in advertising, okay, pertaining to languages in advertising, all contracts and disclosures must be available in the same language a property is advertised in. Okay? We're talking about ads for the property, not for general real estate advertisements. You know, like, hey, hire me, use me as your real estate agent. What the hell just happened? Okay, like hire me, use me as your real estate agent. We're talking about property ads for the individual real estate, okay? That if you advertise it in another language, all the contracts and disclosures have to be available in the same language that an individual property is advertised in. If I just have a general real estate ad, hi, I'm Victor, I'm the greatest agent out there, use me and my services, okay? Then that's not what this is talking about. It doesn't matter what language, you don't need to have the, I could have that ad in any language and the contracts and disclosures, they only need to be in English still. It's only when I advertise a particular property in any other language that all the contracts and disclosures must be available in the language that I advertise the property in. Everybody got that?
Got it.
Okay.
Got it.
So if you advertise a property for sale in Spanish, do all the contracts and disclosures need to be available in English only, Spanish only, English and Spanish, or I do not deserve a real estate license?
English and Spanish.
You do not deserve a real estate license.
Oh, come on, don't go there. English only, Spanish only, English and Spanish, or I do not deserve a real estate license. So usually one of those answer options we could immediately get rid of. We know that you deserve a real estate license, so let's get rid of that one. So now the answer options are English only, Spanish only, or both.
Spanish.
Well, let's get of English only because we know it's not going to be that one because we know we advertised it in a different language. So it's either going to be Spanish only or both.
Spanish only.
It's going to be Spanish only. Or are we going to get rid of? Which one are we going to get rid of? Or which one are we going to?
Spanish only.
We're going to get rid of that or keep that?
Get rid of it.
Get rid of it.
So then it's going to be in English or Spanish?
English and Spanish.
And Spanish.
English and Spanish?
Yeah.
Okay. Now that sounds like the common sense thing to do, but it's wrong.
Oh,
Because it's only in one language. It's in Spanish.
It says it right there.
Well, that's the thing. Listen to the way I worded the question though. If I advertise a property for sale in Spanish, now you may be thinking, yeah, but you're putting it in the MLS, you know, but I didn't say anything in that question about advertising it in English. If I did advertise it in English, then it would have to be available in English as well. The contracts and disclosures must be available in the same language that's advertised in. Doesn't matter if that's English, Spanish, or Swahili. You know, it needs to be available in the same language that you advertise the property in.
Right. Spanish only.
And I only mentioned Spanish. So therefore, Spanish only is the only answer there. That would be the correct answer. You see how they get tricky? Because a lot of times we start thinking, well, it's a given it'll be in English. Is it? The question didn't specifically say it. So don't inject information that's not in the question itself. State exams are very particular in that way. Common sense does not play in. So if you use common sense, you failed based on your common sense. All right. So anyway, that's usually a state exam question there, by the way. And they deleted this from the book, but I'm going to have them put it back in the next version. Okay, so this right of rescission thing, which I spelled it wrong on the other thing, didn't I? Yes, I did.
Yeah, she forgot the S.
I knew I did something wrong there. Something was missing. Okay. So this is a slide I put together for you guys. No other school got this slide because I made it. I invented it. Okay. This is all of your rights of rescission that are spread out. They're peppered throughout this book. What does the word rescission mean? We're going to start off right there. Okay. So this, forget about the book for a second. Rescission, the word rescission is your right to cancel a contract within a given period of time, to rescind, to take back your offer, okay? So rescind means to take back, to cancel. So it's the right to cancel a contract within a given period of time. So there's a different rescission periods for different things that are spread throughout this book. I conveniently put them all in one slide here that you could study from. You're welcome. So there's a 7-day right of rescission. Now, I get a little more technical. I tell you there's calendar days, but you don't need to study that because exams, when they ask you for any rights of rescission, they'll say 7 days, 5 days, 3 days, 0 days, you know, they'll go like that. Now, so there's a 7-day right of rescission for out-of-state properties for new construction only, it pertains to, that's marketed to New Jersey residents. That's only for new construction. You have a 7-day right to cancel. So basically, you ever go to Vegas? Anybody here ever been to Vegas?
Yes.
You ever come off an escalator or something in one of those hotels and somebody's trying to push a timeshare on you?
All the time.
All the time, right? It's in any vacation spot that you go to. They even got it in Atlantic City here, right? They got them anywhere. You know, any of these tourist traps, they try pushing timeshares. Well, those are new construction to out-of-state residents, right? Well, they got to give you a 7-day right of rescission. Now they try to get you in there. These are high pressure sale tactics that they use for this usually. That's why on this slide, we said regulations are to protect consumers from undue sales pressure. Okay. What kind of undue sales pressure do they put on you at these timeshare pitches?
Tell us now.
Yes.
They offer you all kinds of stuff for free, right? They're trying to bribe you. Come on, just listen. There's no pressure. Just come on down. All you gotta do is listen to our sales pitch, and we'll give you free vacations. You can get tickets to whatever show. We'll maybe give you another hotel stay somewhere. You know, all you gotta do is come on down, listen to our presentation. No big deal. And usually those first people that are trying to give you the pitch are usually really good-looking people, right? They try to get really attractive people at these things, trying to pull you in. Okay, that's a part of their high pressure tactics too, because it's hard to say no to people you're attracted to. Those sneaky folks. You know, you're on vacation. You know, look, I'm a guy. I'm on vacation. I got some hot chick coming up to me. Hey, you know, trying to strike up a conversation. Am I going to turn her down? You know, it's a strategy that they put to it. Okay. And that's why they say it's from undue pressure. Now, when you get there, they start offering you all kinds of free things in addition to try to entice you into buying, you know. And once again, you're on vacation. You probably had a little to drink, you know. I don't know. So that's why they give you that right of rescission, 7 days. Okay. So if you ever go to one of them sales pitches, what I like to do is I've gone to them before. I don't like going to them, but I have gone to them before to try to learn from them. But I know that it's still going to be a nightmare and it'll give you a headache, even if you go in there knowing what to expect. Because you could say, no, I'm not interested in purchasing it till you're blue in the face, and they'll still be pushing it on you. And I like to refer to it as a 3-ring circus, because you got to go through 3 rounds of salespeople before you finally get the hell out of there. The first round of salespeople is going to be those beautiful models, the men, the women, they all look like models, and they're highly trained and skilled salespeople. If you manage to get past that first round, they get you to their managers, not as pretty looking, but they're more experienced. They've been in the business longer, and they're going to turn the screws up on you a little more. What do I got to do to get you to sign today? You know, well, what if I lowered the price on here a little bit? You know, they weren't authorized to do this, but I can do that for you just for today. You know, how about if I put down this price? Will you sign then? You know, what if I offer you something else for free? What do you want? You want to go to a show or something? You want a free steak dinner or something? Here, I can arrange that. I could get you those tickets. You want me to do that for you? You want that for free? I can get that for you. You know, just got to sign today. Okay. Well, one thing you got to remember though, is anything that they offer you for free has to be legitimately free with no strings attached. Okay. That's something that you need to know. It will be on exams. Can a real estate agent ever offer anything for free to the public?
As long as there's no string attached.
Yes, as long as it's legitimately free with no strings attached, correct. Okay. So they can't say you'll get the free stuff if you sign. You'll get the free stuff regardless. Okay. But I could get you a lot more free stuff, you know. Well, then you got to give it to me. All right. So they try enticing you with all kinds of free stuff. Then you tell them no, you get to the other manager, you know. And my sales pitch that I went to, when I got to that final manager, he was even slashing the interest rate on what they were going to charge for the financing of it, you know. And I was like, listen, I'll get it at this price, and I'm going to get all these freebies that all these people out there offered, and you offered me. And if I buy, I'm going to get all that. Yep, you're going to get all that. And at this price and at this interest rate, you can't do any better on that. You know, I tried negotiating a little bit further with the guy. Keep in mind, I had no intention of buying a timeshare. Most people don't when they go to these. And I was like, listen, I'm in Vegas, and I think it was August at the time. I was like, man, my feet are melting to the ground. It's hot out here. I'm walking from one hotel to the next. It's like, it's hot. I'm here for 3 more days. If you could get me a rental car that has working air conditioning in it, and you pay for that for the next 3 days for me. And I want to go to the Carrot Top comedy show in my hotel. If you could arrange for that as well. And you get me all the other free stuff. Now, I don't want to have mail-in certificates for the stuff that I could use now. I want the tickets now for the shows. I know the travel and those airfare, I got to mail in and redeem it. But like the rental car, the comedy show, if you could do that stuff for me, I'll buy this timeshare. And the guy's like, well, wait a minute. We usually don't give people rental cars and comedy show. I was like, well, then I'm not buying. And he's like, well, hold on. Let me see what I could do for you. So the guy left the room for a while. He was gone for a while. I kept peeking his head back in. He's like, hold on. I didn't forget about you. Okay. He ends up coming back almost a half an hour later. And he's like, here's your tickets to the Carrot Top comedy show in your hotel. Here's the tickets to the steakhouse. I got you a couple extras here too. The airfare, whatever here, these are redeemable. You have to mail in to get these. And the car is on its way. See, that's the way you negotiate. What's the worst he could have said? No, we don't do that. And I said, well, I'm not buying that, but he got it for me and I bought it. And then when I got home, before I even unpacked my bags, what did I have waiting on my doorstep? I had a FedEx package with all my purchase contracts of the timeshare, which I bought. I opened it up before I unpacked my bags. I took the first page off, which was my right of rescission. I signed it and I mailed it back.
That's really funny.
I didn't buy a timeshare because I had 7 days to cancel it. I knew I had 7 days to cancel it, so I wasn't sweating signing the paperwork to buy it. You know, what do they say? Don't hate the player, hate the game. Right?
Right.
It was their game. I just played it better. So, hey, if you're going to go to one of those timeshare things, learn from my lesson here. Try to negotiate as much as you can, and realize don't sweat about it. I didn't have to give him any money. I didn't have to give him a check or anything. You know, I just signed the paperwork knowing that I had a 7-day right of rescission, because all states have that for out-of-state properties. Boom.
One of my favorite lessons so far.
So now you can negotiate for yourself a little bit. Go to one of those things, but go in there with some aspirin, because you know that you're gonna get a headache, because trying to deal and negotiate with those people, it's like banging your head against the wall. It really is bad. All right, so there's also a 7-day right of rescission that applies to new construction as well, for large in-state subdivisions, for new construction only. What is large? Large is there's at least 100 lots, or if it's less than 100 lots, there's common area elements involved, like with condominiums and cooperatives. There's, they have the tennis courts and swimming pools, parking lots. These are the common area elements, okay? If that's the case, you've got new construction that you're purchasing that has common area elements or has 100 lots or more, they have to also give you a 7-day right of rescission. Now, in this case, it's business days, if you want to get technical, but exam wouldn't. On exam, they would just say 10 days, 7 days, 5 days, 3 days, okay? So let's actually go to page 313 and 314, and we're going to highlight something there for that now. 313 and 314. Let me know when you're there.
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 Okay, so on page 313, where it says Interstate Land Sales Full Disclosure Act. The Interstate Land Sales Full Disclosure Act, the last sentence there, we're going to highlight, the rules are intended to protect the public from unscrupulous developers and marketers from undue sales pressure. And then the bottom of the next paragraph, we're going to highlight, buyers have up to 7 calendar days to cancel contracts for the purchase or lease of such lands. Dang it, I don't have my highlighter. But the very last paragraph in this section pertains to that language requirement. This one is, they're talking about out-of-state properties here. This is why they're mentioning that, but it really applies to out-of-state or in-state advertisements. Highlight the last 3 lines that say, recent Real Estate Commission rules also address non-New Jersey properties that are advertised in New Jersey in languages other than English. Subsequent forms must be available to prospective purchasers in the same language that was used in the original advertisement. Okay. And then right underneath that, applies to in-state properties as well. Or applies to New Jersey properties as well. All right, I'll put on mine, applies to New Jersey property ads as well. All right. Now, don't turn back yet. Under New Jersey land sales, we're going to highlight for certain subdivisions within the state, primarily those that involve common elements. Most condominiums, cooperatives, and PUDs, planned unit developments, and townhouse developments, and for subdivisions with 100 lots or with homeowners associations, they fall under the Planned Real Estate Development Act. And then go to the last line and highlight, buyers again have the right to cancel a contract within 7 calendar days. And then the line below that, halfway through it, we're going to highlight, applies to original offerings, not to single resales. What do they mean when they say that? New construction. So under that line or above it, write new construction, because that's what they're talking about. That's what that line means. See what I mean by they get kind of wordy in their explanations? It's a fancy way of saying new construction. Did everybody get all those?
Yes.
Okay. See, look, even the book here on the top of page 314, they say that the Planned Real Estate Development Act sets requirements similar to those in the Real Estate Sales Full Disclosure Act discussed in Unit 1 or Chapter 1, but they deleted it from Chapter 1. So it's not even in the chapter anymore. So, okay. Real estate. It's somewhere here in the book though, so let me, we could go back to page 9. And I'm just going to go to the beginning of the book really quick. I just want to try to find where they talk about the Sales Full Disclosure Act. Find it in the back of the book, perhaps. Disclosure. No, this writing is small. Okay, they removed it all together. All right. All right, so the next one is a 5-day right of rescission that applies to new construction as well. Not for resale properties, only for new construction, for the discovery of off-site conditions. This is something that we're going to go over in Chapter 3, I believe. This is anything that's not on the subject property. Oh, it's on page 49, actually. Page 49. So if you go to page 49, they give you a 5-day right of rescission to cancel a contract. If you're, like, just say it's a single family house, it's not in a subdivision or anything, it's just one random single family house, it's new construction. You get a 5-day right of rescission to cancel the contract, to back out after you've made an offer on the property and you put it in writing and you sign the contract. If you find out that there's something in the neighborhood or in the area that makes you want to change your mind, you find out that the city dump is located down the street from the house and you didn't know that previously, and you want to back out of the contract because of that. Well, you have a 5-day right of rescission to back out of the contract for such reasons. So under offsite conditions on page 49, we're going to highlight in the second paragraph there, the second sentence. The New Jersey construction notice includes a 5-day period in which the purchaser may cancel the contract The resale notice does not include a similar right of rescission. Resale meaning not new properties. It's only for new construction. Okay.
Where is that at, you said?
It's in the second paragraph, second sentence on page 49,
Okay,
underneath off-site conditions.
okay.
We're going to read the whole thing and do that whole section when we get to chapter 3, because that's chapter 3. But here's the basic rule for that 5-day right of rescission. And then the next thing would be the 3-day right of rescission, which we go back to page 9. There's a 3-day right of rescission that does deal with resale properties for existing properties that were for sale, not for new construction, just for any property that's sold. This is your attorney review period. Somebody can back out of a contract at any time after they signed it. You have a 3-day attorney review period. Okay. All right. So those are the 4 rescission periods for sales contracts. Now there's 2 more rescission periods that deal with mortgage loan contracts, okay, for financing. There's a 3-day rescission period for refinancing, okay. What is refinancing? Refinancing is when you have a loan on your house and let's say interest rates drop. You can get a new loan to pay off your existing one at that lower interest rate. That's what refinancing is, okay? It's one loan on the house. You just paid off your old loan with a new loan, okay? You could back out of that. Even after you signed all the mortgage contracts, you could back out of it 3 days after you sign it, okay? Now, for purchase money mortgages, there is no right of rescission, 0, no right of rescission at all for purchase money mortgages. Now, what is a purchase money mortgage, you may ask? Well, read it backwards. Mortgage, money to purchase. So a purchase money mortgage is a classification of loans. It's not a single type of loan. It's any type of loan that's used to buy real estate. That is classified as a purchase money mortgage. If you don't want the loan, do not sign the paperwork. Where do you sign the paperwork for the loan? Where do you finalize that loan?
At the end?
At the closing.
Right.
At the closing table. Don't sign the paperwork at the closing table if you don't want the loan. Okay, because that once you do, look, even attorneys make a joke out of it when they have you signing it at the closing table. They're like, get your wrist ready. Get ready to sign your life away, or at least the next 30 years of it. Because typical loans are 30-year loans, right? So they're like, here you go, get ready. You're gonna be signing your life away at least for the next 30 years. Because you can't back out of it once you sign. All right. Those are your rescission periods you must know. Rental referral agencies. Has anybody ever heard of that? What a rental referral agency is? I mean, how is a rental referral agency different from a regular real estate agency? Well, rental referral agencies only deal with rental properties for large apartment complexes usually, which typical real estate brokerages do not deal with large apartment complexes because they usually have their own rental offices, right? So if somebody's got their own rental office, why would they come to us? Well, a rental referral agency, they specialize in attracting renters. And they have deals with landlords, property owners for these large apartment complexes that if they find a renter that's interested in one of your units and they sign a contract with you, that they will pay them a referral fee. All right. So basically all they do is referrals. Most of the time they don't even have listings, although sometimes they do. Every person working in a rental referral agency who, for a fee, refers a prospective tenant to a rental unit is required to have a real estate license and to enter into a written contract with each prospective tenant. Licensing law dictates that we cannot earn a commission on a transaction unless we have some sort of agreement in writing that what we're doing and what we're earning in exchange. No property can be offered without the owner's written consent. Now, that deals with any transaction, whether it's rental referral agencies or otherwise. Usually we get listing agreements. Can I start marketing your property for sale? Your home? Can I put your home on the market for sale without your permission?
No.
No, absolutely not. You know, I don't want you listing my property for sale without my permission either. So you need to have some sort of a written agreement with the owner giving you permission to advertise that property, right? Now, that property should also be genuinely available. So we have to, when we advertise properties, that advertisement has to be accurate. An advertised property has to be checked every day to see if a unit is still available. Look, if we don't have a listing and we just got an agreement with an apartment complex owner that says, hey, listen, we know that you got studio apartments, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom apartments available. And you know what? We got a really nice website that we're going to put together. We're going to make it custom for your complex. We're going to take some fancy photos. We're even going to put down floor plans and put in some nice pictures. We'll get professional photography made up. We get a high traffic website that gets buyer or renters that come in, they're interested in your property. So in the event that they see one of your units, you're going to agree to pay us a referral fee. Okay. Now, if we're just doing a referral like that, we may not have a listing. It could simply be that they just agreed to also pay us a commission if we find one. But if that's the case, can they find their own renters on their own? Yeah, they can. And that's why if they do, and there's no more availability for one of these units, are we now falsely advertising the property as being available?
Yes.
That's why we would need to check with them every day to see if there's a unit that's still available, if we're simply advertising the property. But if we have a listing for the property as well, we need to check it every 3 days, because now we have a contract that we're the exclusive agency to market that property. But we still need to make sure that there's a unit that's available, and we need to check every 3 days. So listings that are simply that we simply have as listings that we may not be advertising, we need to check them every 3 days. But if we're also advertising that property, we, you know, truth in advertising, we need to make sure every day you still got a studio, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom available. Okay. Otherwise, we're falsely advertising. And then if they don't have one of those units, we could still have it on our website. We just put no vacancy or none available or coming soon. Right? Because as of right now, it's not available. Here's one of the big websites that are out there to do that is, now I usually don't mention real estate companies by name in this website, in this class. However, there are some information that I'd like to show you. Here's a popular company opening up a website. Hold on one second as it opens. I'll transfer over. Here's a big one that's in the area. There's only a couple of these companies in our area that specialize, or in New Jersey that I'm aware of, that specialize in rental referrals. They don't deal with sales at all. They only deal with rentals and referrals for that matter. So Best Rent NJ is a big one. I think they're based out of Woodbridge over here. And basically they go to the property owners and they say, hey, listen, we got this high traffic website. We'll take some professional photography for your apartment complex, and we'll put it up here. Let me click on this one at random. Here's one in Bloomfield. And we'll get some professional photography made up. We'll put some nice fancy photos, put a little slideshow they put together here. You could see that we put a little write-up about the property. You know, you got a gym here. We got some professional photos. We see here it's 1 bedroom and 2 bedrooms available. Oh, and they got different layouts of that too. And we're going to list the square footage, the price range. We may even have, if we click on one of these, they'll probably even give you the floor plan here. Look at that. See how they do the nice professional looking floor plan they put together to show the layout of the apartments. Okay. So we tell the property owner, we'll do this for you. And then we'll offer your property online. And if, look, people can fill out a rental application and we could submit them, we could show them the units. And if they rent, then you agree to pay us as the property owner a referral fee. Okay. See over here, they don't have nothing. 1 month free, 1 month free. Okay. See, sometimes you'd see this one available soon. See, they got available all these units available soon. They used to put down no vacancies or not available. Now they put available soon. Everything's available. It's available soon. All right. Well, look, they put some of the features of the apartment building or the complex, what's in the local area in the vicinity. They even put down a map here with all kinds of listings for what is in the area, all kinds of stores and recreational stuff and shopping and movie theaters and fitness and schools that are in the area. And, you know, you can click on it and it'll show you what's there on the map, you know. It's pretty neat how they put it together in that regard. And that's how they attract people to these. You see, they even did that aerial photography photo there. You know, they had a little drone photography. In exchange, they get paid a referral fee. Now, any advance fees that are charged for perhaps for deposits to hold a unit, for example, they have to be held in an escrow account if it's $25 or more. So let's go to the bottom of the page and we're going to highlight units that are advertised must be checked every day to see if they're still available. Units that are simply listed must be checked every 3 days. And then on the next paragraph, advance fees of more than $25, regulations require depositing of those funds into an escrow account. You guys know what an escrow or trust account is?
It's a holding account between two parties, right?
So it's a bank account. It's a non-interest bearing bank account that's used to temporarily hold other people's money. And only other people's money. You could call it an escrow account. You could call it a trust account. It means the same thing. Sometimes attorneys refer to their bank account as a trust account. Real estate brokers often an escrow account. Doesn't matter what you call it. It's the same thing. It's a bank account where we temporarily hold other people's money. All right. So we're pretty much done with this chapter. I have some of the math problems that we did. I added them to the slideshow here, and I have the breakdown of how we figured that out. Remember how to calculate the commission? We did that early on this morning. I've got that breakdown here, step by step. I added it to the slideshow for you. You're welcome. Also did this area calculation. Remember, we did this one, how to figure out how much frontage there is based on the acreage. But remember, you got to memorize how many square feet in an acre. Count to 6, starting with 3. To the left, to the left. 3, 4, 5, 6. Those 0 on there for good luck. 43,560 square feet in an acre. Okay. You take that, times it by 2.5 for 2.5 acres, gives you 108,009. Divide it by the one figure that they do give you, and it'll give you the other dimension. Yeah, I just got a couple math problems for that there as an examples. So that slideshow is done. Let me save the changes. Close that slideshow. I will upload it right now to the Google Drive. It's been updated, so you got the latest one available there now for download. I'm going to open chapter 2 slideshow now. All right, but before I go to it, we're going to do, at the end of every chapter, you see there's a summary here. It's not a bad deal. It summarizes everything that we've gone over in that chapter and does a decent job doing that. You have a list of most of the website links that we had throughout this chapter would be listed here. And then there's key terms. And following the key terms on the next page is a bunch of review questions. We're not going to do those review questions. You can do them at home on your own. Is it a bad review to do? No. There's no such thing as a bad study, okay? Studying is good, okay? So do them on your own. The answers are in the back of the book on page, what, 589 or something like that? So they're there in the back of the book. But one thing we will do at the end of every chapter is the key terms to review. So on page 11, the key terms to review works like this. You have some key terms with questions on, you have the term and the answers, corresponding answers to it on the right side of the page. So the way it works is I'm going to read the phrase on the right side of the page. You guys are going to shout out what you think the corresponding answer to it is, the word on the left side of the page. There's no penalties for wrong answers, so shout them out as you got them, okay? You guys ready?
Yeah.
All right. Don't sound so excited. Okay, so administrator of real estate licenses. Who is that?
Real estate commission.
The real estate commission, New Jersey Real Estate Commission, 5 is A. State rules and regulations for real estate licensees. What do we call the rules and regulations?
Title 40, 40.
Not the law, rules,
Statutes.
regulations.
11.5.
Statute.
11.5.
Title 11, Chapter 5. It's 12 is B. I want you to write underneath that number 12 there where it says Title 11, Chapter 5. I also want you to write administrative code.
What page are we on?
11.
Thank you.
So under under number 12 there, where it says Title 11, Chapter 5, just write administrative code. Those are the rules and regulations of the Real Estate Commission. It's called the Administrative Code or Title 11, Chapter 5. Fully qualified broker who remains under another broker's supervision. What do we call that person?
A broker salesperson?
2 is C. An individual licensed to charge the public for real estate services. Who's the only person that could charge the public for services performed?
Broker.
A broker.
Broker. 1 is D. A law governing the practice of real estate in New Jersey.
Real Estate License Act.
6 is E, the Real Estate Licensing Act, correct. The number of a member of a private real estate trade organization. Who is the member?
Realtor associate.
Technically, the member is the broker. And what is the broker known as?
The realtor.
The realtor. So 7 is, 7 is F. Money paid another broker for sending a client or customer.
Referral fee.
Referral fee.
A referral fee. 9 is G. 1 license to assist a broker in real estate transactions.
Realtor associate. No, salesperson.
Well, technically you're not wrong, but that's not what they're looking for right there.
Okay.
They're looking for the salesperson. 10 is H. Okay. Reimburses people defrauded or badly served by licensees in real estate transactions.
Guarantee fund.
Guarantee fund.
Funds. Correct. 4 is I. Salesperson who joins a particular real estate trade group.
Realtor associate.
That's the realtor associate. 8 is J. And licensee limited to presenting prospective clients and customers to the broker.
Salesperson licensed with.
Real estate
Yep.
company.
11 is K, correct. And classes required for license renewal,
Continuing education.
CE.
or CE for short, correct. So 3 is L. All right, so there's only one key terms to review. That one was pretty easy for that chapter. Okay. How's everybody? Hanging in there?
Yeah, I got it.
You know what I noticed what you did, and I appreciate it. When I took the class before, I should have read the answers. Like I should have read A, B, C, and D instead of going by 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That was way easier.
Yeah, I like to do it that way. Read the answer and then try to match it up with the term.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
Thank you.
It's a lot quicker to do it that way too.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so let's see. I have open now chapter 2. Commission rules and regulations.
Are we doing this other unit 1 review questions like
No.
next?
No, you could, we don't go over them. You could do them on your own. The answers are in the back of the book. If there's ever any answers that you don't know how they came about or why a particular answer was correct that they had and you can't figure out why, then you could ask me the next morning and we'll go over it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. But yeah, that's a little study that you could do on your own. I don't give you homework, so you do it on your own or you don't. It's up to you. I think they're good reviews that you should do. You know, any review helps. Okay, so chapter 2, commission rules and regulations. So this is gonna be a longer chapter here. At the end of this by the end of this chapter, you're going to be able to identify standards set by licensing law and commission rules regarding the brokerage business, explain commission regulations for broker business relationships, and describe violations and penalties of the licensing law. All right. So one thing we do know is that a salesperson may not, and we're actually going to highlight this. The last line, that first paragraph, page 15, a salesperson may not, and then the 3 bullet points. They may not accept any form of compensation except from their supervising broker. They cannot maintain an escrow account or hold funds belonging to others because that's their broker's job. So somebody gives you money, what do you do with it right away? You give it to your broker, and then your broker puts it in the escrow account. Okay. You're not supposed to hold on to funds that people give you. And I'm going to go over in this chapter, you know, how they should give you money and what kind of funds you should accept, if at all. Okay. Work for money from or work for more than one New Jersey broker at a time. They may not do that either. We learned that last chapter. You can only work for one New Jersey broker at a time.
Yeah.
Okay, turn the page. So every broker who is a resident of the state of New Jersey must have a place of business here in the state. The broker may be allowed to have a brokerage, an office in their own home. Now, of course, that would only apply if their house is in an area zoned for commercial or mixed use, right? You can't just open up a brokerage or a commercial business in the middle of a residential area, you know. But if you're in one of those areas that's mixed use, where you could have commercial and residential there, if that's the case, then the broker may have a business out of their home. A salesperson or broker salesperson or referral agent cannot have a brokerage out of their home. They cannot have an office out of their home. Only the broker can. But it has to have a separate entrance visible from the street, and it has to have a sign with the broker's name and the words licensed real estate broker. That's an exam question. You're going to need to know that. Okay, so if they got one of these houses that are like a split level house, you know, with two separate entrances, you got your main entrance, and then you got then you got another entrance, both of them in the front, you know, like some of these split level houses are like that. Then you could have an office there. It's visible, entrance is visible from the street. You can't have it where they got to go around back to get to the entrance, okay? Doesn't meet the commission's rules. So let's see, who can, let's see, office management requires a broker or broker salesperson to manage the main office or branch office. And a supervising licensee must be physically present in the office at least 5 days a week during normal business hours, whatever they may be, and not have another job. Why not? Because they're supposed to be in the office supervising, right?
Yeah, full time.
Okay, so let's highlight those things. We're going to highlight in the second line under main office. If the office is in the broker's own home, it must have a separate area with its own entrance visible from the street. In the next paragraph, we're going to highlight the broker's name, and the words licensed real estate broker must be conspicuously displayed on the entrance or on the exterior. And then you already have highlighted on the following paragraph, full-time means that the supervising licensee is physically present in the office 5 days a week during normal business hours, whatever they may be, and not have another job. All right, under branch office, we're going to highlight the first sentence. Each branch office must be under the direct supervision of a broker or broker salesperson and must have a duplicate license. I'll explain that in a second. And then also highlight the last sentence in that paragraph that says no branch office can be in the home of a salesperson or broker salesperson. Well, we know that broker salespeople and salespeople cannot have offices in their homes. So, All right, so let's see. I said I was going to explain something here. The duplicate license. I have a question, something here about that.
Yeah, in the beginning of branch office paragraph.
Do I have something in here?
It's the first sentence under branch office.
Oh, no, no, I was asking if I had it in a slide. I was looking in my slideshow here to see if I had a mention of it.
Oh.
All right, you know what? Let's make a new slide up. Fun, fun, fun. Duplicate this slide. And we'll just call this licenses available for public inspection. Okay, so in every brokerage office, must have a copy of every licensee's license displayed for public inspection. This can be hanging on the wall or in a binder on the front desk, as an example. Okay. So branch offices here. Branch offices are, let's start off with a main office. Main office must have the copies of all licenses for every agent in that office and for any branch offices in the main office. Branch offices must have copies of all licenses for every licensee working out of that office. Does that make sense?
Working out of that office only, not
Correct.
everyone that okay.
Correct. So each branch office has to have, every licensee that's working out of that office has to have their license displayed there. Some brokers put them in picture frames and they hang them on the lobby walls, right? Others would put it in a binder that's in the front, that's available on the front desk or behind the front desk. Okay, it's available if somebody asks for it. Okay, it's there. But if it's the main office of the brokerage and say that they have other offices, they need to have the licenses for everybody working out of that main office, as well as from all the branch offices available in that book. So that main office, if that brokerage has a lot of offices and a lot of agents, can get thick, right?
So if we went to like Keller Williams main office, they would have like every one.
Well, hold on one second. Keller Williams is a franchise.
Guys, yeah, how does that work?
Well, each office is usually independently owned and operated.
Ah, okay.
They're
By
not.
different-
They're not affiliated with each other.
Yeah. Okay.
They only pay for the privilege of using that large name. Keller Williams, Century 21, Caldwell Banker, ERA, you name it, those are all franchises. So they're only paying for the use of that large name. Now, you said Keller Williams as an example. That's a franchise. Well, you have Keller Williams ABC Realty and Keller Williams XYZ Realty. Those are two different companies.
Yeah. So does the person that's franchising, they would be a broker then that's franchising? So that they would have like their one main Keller Williams.
So ABC Realty and XYZ Realty.
Gotcha.
Two different companies. Okay.
Yeah.
Even though they share the name Keller Williams, they're two different companies. They're ABC Realty and XYZ Realty.
Okay. So if the one broker that
doing business as with a DBA, doing business as Keller Williams XYZ, Keller Williams ABC.
Yeah. So the one broker that franchises through Keller Williams, then that would be their main office. And then if they open to other branches,
Correct.
They would have all displayed. Okay, gotcha. Under their one main, right?
You got it.
Got it. Thank you.
All right. So there we go. Now we got a new slide there. All right. But that better explains it, because often there's a question about this on state. But that's what that sentence was pertaining to. Okay. From the main office and from branch office. And now we also know what a main office is and a branch office is. A branch office is an additional office from the same company, right?
From the same broker, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so trust or escrow accounts. So next to the title on page 16, where it says trust account, escrow account, I want you to write next to it something to the effect of, let me see what I got written next to mine. I wrote next to mine, non-interest bearing account unless it's for a property management security deposits. Okay. So Escrow accounts, every broker has to have an escrow account, a bank account where we temporarily hold. Every broker has two bank accounts. One is the main operating account, and that's for paying the brokerage's bills and the commissions out of. And an escrow account, which is a separate bank account that's used only for keeping other people's money. Okay, so as we see on this slide, as we saw on that slide, okay, here we go. Brokers have two bank accounts. An operating account used to pay brokerage bills. And commission and agent's commission. And an escrow account, or I'm going to put escrow/trust account, used to temporarily keep other people's money. To temporarily keep other people's money in. There we go. So the rest of this is going to be talking about the escrow account now. So an escrow account is going to be whatever. So an escrow account is a non-interest bank account, a non-interest bearing bank account. A broker cannot make a secret profit off their client's money by charging interest or keeping the interest. And it'd basically be an accounting nightmare to pay them that interest and send them the tax papers at the end of every year. Make sense? So it must be clearly marked as an escrow account in the bank records. This way, if the broker ever files bankruptcy or somebody sues them, they cannot touch the money in that bank account because it is clearly labeled that it's not their money. It's escrow, right? Licensees must give any deposit money to their broker immediately. So any money that their clients give them, for whatever reason, they have to immediately give it to the broker. Brokers must keep records accounting for all funds, deposits, and withdrawals in an escrow book. Now, they can keep backups in software as well, but they need to have a printed copy available. Brokers must deposit money within 5 days. You need to know this for exam. Everything with the escrow account is 5 days. 5 days in, 5 days out. So brokers must deposit money within 5 days of receipt. That's not 5 days of within the time their agent gave it to them. It's from the time that the agent received the money from the client. It's also not from the time the offer gets accepted. Sometimes they say, well, hold on to it. Don't cash that check yet. You know, let's first see if the offer gets accepted. If we make an offer and we're telling the other side that we already have that money in our escrow account, you better have it in your escrow account. Because remember, real estate commission's big on honesty, right? You can't be lying to the other party. Okay, we have to treat everybody fairly and honestly in the real estate transaction. And if that check bounces, we got to go and tell the other party, hey, the check bounced. What do you think that's going to do to the transaction? right? So commingling. Okay, so commingled. Where'd that come from? Commingling. Commingling is prohibited. Commingling is prohibited. That means mixing with broker's money. However, mixing client's money with the broker's money. However, the broker may keep a small amount of money in the escrow account to pay for the banking fees. Okay, so commingling is prohibited. That's mixing broker's funds with clients. However, the broker may keep a small amounts in the escrow accounts to cover any banking fees to maintain it. You know, because a lot of times banks charge fees to have a business banking account, right? So if that's the case, the broker can keep a small nominal amount of money in that escrow account to maintain that escrow account. They can't put like, hey, I'm going to put $10,000 in there so I don't got to worry about it for the next 50 years. You know, they have to keep an account and they have to keep track of it in the escrow book, how much money of that is theirs that's still in the account. They have to update it on a regular basis. Now, brokers should keep it updated regularly, monthly at minimum, but the commission's rule is quarterly. The broker needs to keep their books updated quarterly at minimum. And that would be out of hand. I don't know how broker, if they're not maintaining their escrow books on a regular basis, I don't know how they would maintain it quarterly, how they would keep up with all that. They got to keep written receipts for all the cash deposits. Funds already in the escrow account that become the brokers, for example, they become commission, have to be removed within 5 business days because that money's already in the escrow account. And if it should become commission somehow, it must be removed, because if it's commission now that's the broker's funds and no longer the client's. And if it's kept in the escrow account for more than 5 days, it's commingling. And the brokers must keep bank deposit slips and escrow records for 6 years. They must provide accounting for advanced fees from the clients if over $25. We have to put it in the escrow account, remember? And then they have to notify the clients of how money they gave us is being utilized within 90 days or how it's being used. Okay, so notify clients anytime that we have money that's being held in the escrow account that's to aid in like marketing and such, we have to let them know how that money is being utilized within 90 days. We got to give them accounting for those funds, how they're being used. So let's do some highlighting. Well, next to the title, first of all, you wrote non-interest bearing account unless it's for long-term security deposits. There we go. There's a way to put it. I'm going to update this slide to say that. All right, then we're going to go down to the third paragraph and highlight that sentence. Brokers are required to keep funds or required to deposit funds that come into their keeping promptly, which the Real Estate Commission defines as within 5 business days of acceptance. Salesperson should immediately give the escrow monies they receive to their broker. Continue highlighting, brokers are specifically prohibited from commingling, mixing their own funds with money in the escrow account. And then go 5 lines down from that, and we're going to highlight, leaving such money in the account for more than 5 business days may result in commingling. You know what I want you to do, because I don't see it in here? I want you to write above the title or below this section, brokers must keep all records for 6 years, or brokers must keep escrow records for 6 years. We're going to have another slide that pertains to record keeping. But in the book over here, you could just write 6 years for that. Record keeping should be coming up sometime soon, though. Oh, in the next page. So I guess you don't have to write it there, but that's all right. Everybody caught up? Knock, knock.
Yes.
So,
All right. Thank you.
yes.
Okay. So under advanced fees, I just put a bracket around the advanced fees section, or you could put an asterisk next to it, advanced fees. That's dealing with the $25 and 90-day accountings information. That's on page 17. In the next section under cash deposits and withdrawals, we're going to highlight any cash deposit of $10,000 or more must be reported to the IRS. Now, even though we're not highlighting it, it's still important to note that any withdrawals from the escrow account must never be made out to cash. Because if you ever make out a check to cash, if you drop it on the ground, anybody can pick it up. It's just as good as finding cash. Right? It must always be made out to a specific person. Now, I'm going to give you some tips about escrow funds here. Here's some reasons why not to accept cash from people, even though you're allowed to. What if you get robbed? You're responsible for the money. Right? Somebody gives you a large amount of cash and you get robbed. You can't just say, oh, well, I got robbed. Well, you were responsible for that money that they gave you. You're responsible for safeguarding it. So your cash is no good here. A counterfeit cash. Somebody gives you counterfeit money, you're responsible for it. Why? Because you're going to go to the bank to deposit that money, or you're going to give it to the broker. The broker is going to deposit it. The bank's going to tell them that money's fake. What are you gonna do? Go back to your client now and say, hey, I need you to give me some new $100 bills because the ones you gave me were fake? You know they're gonna blow up on you, right? You know they're gonna be like, listen, I don't know where the hell you were between the time I gave you the money and you went to the bank, but the money I gave you was, I want my money back, right? That's the argument they're gonna give, right? And what does that create? Drama. What's drama good for?
Nothing.
TV. That's it. Drama's good for TV, you know. But I don't want it in my life, and I don't certainly want it in my business. Do you?
No.
Well, then don't accept cash. Your cash is no bueno here. Okay. So do not accept cash from clients is my advice. Can you accept cash? Yes. But should you? I probably wouldn't. Because if they give us counterfeit money, well, now we're going to have issues with that drama. Plus, we may get a visit from the Secret Service when they are investigating counterfeit money, right? If you get robbed, well, you're responsible for the money. And if they give you $10,000 in cash or more, or around $10,000, do you know that we have an obligation to report it to the IRS? Well, sure you do, because I just read it and you highlighted it a minute ago. But you know, when you communicate with the IRS, you always got to communicate with them on a specific form for different things. I couldn't even tell you what that form is to report it. You know why? Take a wild guess.
Because you don't
accept cash.
Pretty simple, right? I don't accept cash, so therefore I don't need to know that form. Okay. I highly suggest that you request that they give it to you certified funds or bank manager's check. I don't even want a personal check because they bounce. And if they bounce, that's drama. Drama, drama, drama. We don't want drama in our lives, right? I suggest that you also avoid money orders altogether too. Money orders, you may be thinking, aren't they safe? What if they're stolen? Sometimes people get stolen money orders and you won't know that. I mean, as a broker, I created an office policy not to accept money orders because stolen money orders are worse than personal checks. Personal check, you'll know right away if it bounces. A money order, you won't know till months later, and then the money order company will just take the money out of the account that it was deposited to, which now that other original client is long gone and you got a new client in there who's got money in there. They're taking someone else's money out of the escrow account now. Not a good situation. Okay, so when do we got to report it to the IRS? If the deposit of cash is how much?
10,000.
10,000 or more.
That's usually an exam question. Okay. Now we get to the record keeping. Great slide here. Yes, it's custom. So in the book for record keeping, what do you have? A one-line sentence. Every broker must keep records for trust account activity for at least 6 years. Okay. Let's get into it a little bit deeper. Brokers must keep all records for 6 years. You could write at the end of that line, except for unaccepted offers and expired listings, which must be kept for 6 months. Except for unaccepted offers and expired listings, which must be kept for 6 months. Everybody get that?
Yes.
Yeah.
So brokers have to keep all records for 6 years. Their escrow records, their deposits, escrow deposits, withdrawals, bank statements, contracts that are accepted, listing agreements, the bills that they pay for rent and security and maybe, rent, utilities, advertising, whatever expenses that they have. purchase receipts, commissions that are paid to agents. They need to keep all that stuff for 6 years, except for the following, which only need to be kept for 6 months. Unaccepted offers to purchase or lease. They were just outright rejected. They need to keep them for how long?
6 months.
6 months. Or expired listings. Now, if I want to get more technical about it, I will say expired listings that never had offers accepted on them. Because if you ever had an offer accepted on it and that offer fell through, they need to keep it for 6 years. Okay. So if you see where they just say simply expired listings on exams, 6 months. Okay. They're not going to get that deep into it. And here's an important note for you. All records, contracts, listing agreements, etc., belong to the broker, the brokerage, the company, the agency. And the salespersons must not remove them from the office when they leave the brokerage firm. Okay. Just when you're going home or if you quit, you cannot take any files with you. They're all the property of the broker. Even the listings that you got while you were employed at that brokerage firm. When you're working for the broker, who are you a representative of?
Broker.
The broker. So who do those listings belong to?
Broker.
Even though your hard work got them, well, you were employed for that broker at that time. So those listings are the brokers. Those people, they got contracts with who? Not with you, because you're not allowed to charge the public fees for services that are performed. Only the broker can. So those listing agreements, those contracts are only agreements between the brokerage firm, the broker, and that client. You work for the agent. You're an extension of the broker. You're like the broker's big toe. All right. You're an extension of the broker. But if that big toe gets cut off, right?
Got it.
You no longer get the benefits, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Right.
So every person who signs a listing contract, sales contract, or lease should immediately be given a duplicate original. Anytime we sign any kind of document with somebody, we immediately have to give a duplicate original to them. What is a duplicate original? It's multiple original copies. It's basically copies with original signatures. So it's multiple originals. They're not copies, it's multiple originals. Okay. So we highlight that first sentence. Everybody got that highlighted?
Yes.
Okay. Now, newly, we have digital signatures now. If it was a digital contract, then you would just print out another copy of the digital contract because they have digital signatures. They have the codes that go on the bottom of the form or top or both of the form. All you got to do is print out another copy of it and serves as an original. Okay.